Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna start a few minutes early. Yeah. Going to be, well, going to aim for a shorter stream tonight. Cannot promise that's going to be a thing. Come on. Come on. You can always get the Twitch to show up properly, but always takes some time for the YouTube chat to show up properly on my stream. Weird. Oh well. So yeah, going to start through Conflux tonight. Need to get through this fairly quickly. It's roughly 5:30 my time. I want to be done this before 10 o'clock, so I've got maybe 4.5 hours, as opposed to my usual 6-ish. So, not going to be able to do much in terms of getting distracted tonight. There we go. Oh, yeah. Because I think these are all... Oh, okay. I happen to show up on purple on both of them. Oh, well. That's kind of weird, but okay. Yeah. So, can't get too distracted tonight. But... Anywho. Yeah. So, we're just going to get right into it. Conflux, for those that... you know, if you saw any of my Shards of Alara last week, gonna try and really compact this. Back in the day, Magic had a structure called a block, and a block was usually 3, Lorwyn it was 4, sets that were related, and not just, you know, they took place in the same, you know, on the same plane. They took place, you know, the storyline led from one to the side. And basically, it was it was very much like, you know, here's first act, second act, third act sort of routine that Mark Rosewater commonly alludes to when he's talking about stuff like this. And so you have, you know, here's the introduction of what's going on. Here's the conflict. Here's the resolution. And so as a result, you know, you had 3 sets of, you know, 3 sets of cards every block. But a block was very often, you know, one large set, like 330 cards or what have you, and then 2 smaller sets that were 145 or 160 or somewhere in that ballpark. So basically, the 2 smaller sets that followed the first, you know, the main set, were, you know, you take those 2, you take the cards from those two sets, and it roughly adds up to what's in the first one. So you're kind of making, like, technically you're making 3 sets, but quantity-wise you're only making about 2. And I think Guilds of Ravnica was the last time we actually had a block structure. And that was pre-COVID. We had just started getting used to everything being like, here's a single set, and everything's handled in that one set. And then COVID hit, and it's like, where do we go to play Magic now? And so arenas started exploding and everything else. Anywho, so this is the second set in the block. This is Conflux. Shards of Alara itself. Alara had been a single plane. A thing happened, and it split up into 5. And the plane, like any given plane, had access to, 3 colors of mana, but not the other 2. And so if you look at, make sure I'm on the right one. Yes, I am. Magic card backing. If you look at the back of a Magic card, you have 5 colors roughly in a circle. Circle, pentagon, whatever. And so you could say that black, blue, and white are like, they're allied because you have blue here, and then it has black on one side as an ally and white on the other side as an ally because they're right beside it. Which also means that if you're looking at the back, if you're looking at the colors that oppose it, blue opposes green and red, which is why when you're looking, especially in older cards, at cards that oppose blue on a, like stuff that if it's a blue card and it has protection something, or it does something against another color, it's usually against green or red. As an example. So we'll take the white, blue, black example. And this was Esper. And the theme of Vesper was artifice. A lot of people on that plane replace parts of their body with, they literally replace parts of their body with some kind of metal. And, artifacts were a big deal in that, on that shard. Well, then you combine it with, you look at the red and green. What do red and green have in common? And realistically, it's emotion. Okay. So, I mean, yes, green is very nature, but it's also very, it tends to, green tends to care about, like, green is known for caring about others, and red is very passionate. It's very expressive. Black is less emotional and more just like looking down on others. White is known to do the same thing, but white tends to do it more from a legal perspective. And blue has no problem ignoring emotion whatsoever. So, if you are then looking at Grixis, which is red, black and blue opposing white and green. White and green is very community. Think about the fact that they also work on like armies and stuff. They're also very much into life magic. Well, Grixis is very much, they didn't have access to life magic, so they were all about death. Yeah, because the opposite of life is death. Stuff that dies, you might get, brought back as a zombie, but you're not alive. And some may disagree with how I describe certain things, but the point is certain things just didn't exist on that. We referred to them as shards, because that was also the name of the set. And any times that I have seen, to be fair, I haven't seen this a lot, but any times that I have seen a world, a world or a plane or whatever, that's become shattered, and suddenly they're reflections of each other, but they're the same but different. Very often the word shard comes up. In fact, when I played on Ultima Online decades ago, I believe the servers, the individual, you're playing on Europe, you're playing on Asia, you're playing on North America, whatever. These were referred to as shards because stuff that happened on one group of servers, let's say the European one, didn't affect anything that happened on Asian servers or on North American servers. And so they used the same term. They called them shards. So what happened with Conflux is there was some kind of event or whatever where they started to merge and re-overlay and reform back into, back towards one being. But suddenly, the people of Bant, which are green, white, and blue, are seeing death magic at play, and they haven't had access to that. Some, potentially for millennia. They're seeing red and black magic being used. First of all, it's what is this new devilry, and it's like, oh no, how do we combat this, etc., 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 because it's not a thing they've encountered before. And when you're getting when your towns are getting overrun by zombies, and you don't even know what a zombie is to begin with, it's just not a thing. Yeah. So that being said, this is how the storyline of Conflux comes up, is due to the overlay of everything. Everything is starting to merge back together. And then Alara Reborn, which will be the following set, is here it is back to the world or the plane, what have you, as it was, prior to everything getting shattered. And things are slowly, people are getting used to, like the people of Bant are getting used to the idea of death magic, etc. So, this is where some of this comes from. So let's start at the beginning. And as I said, I'm not going to have a lot of time to chat with people tonight. I'm going to have to go through this fairly quickly. Let's get into it. Rock's Meditant, 4 mana for 2/4. When it enters, if you control green permanent, draw a card. Keep in mind, lands do not natively have a color. unless something that you play actually gives them a color. In fact, there's a card in Lorwyn Eclipsed. Set EC, whoops, ECL. Whoops, color. There's a set in Lorwyn Eclipse. There it is. Shimmer Wild's Growth. As it enters, choose a color. Enchanted Land is the chosen color. By default, lands do not have a color, unless another effect gives them one. This just might be the first card that specifically says, hey, this land, you now have a color. Because cards that do this normally say, in addition to its other leyline of, what do you call it? Leyline of the Guild Pact. Is all colors. Okay, that doesn't help. But lands you control are every basic land type in addition to their other types. It doesn't actually give the land a color. Oh, Painter's Servant. Are the chosen color in addition to their other colors. This is normally the kind of wording that you see. This is normally the kind of wording that you see. Oh wow, the Judge Pro is the cheaper one? Interesting. But this gives the land a color. So, Rock's Meditant, if you've got a way to turn something green, including itself, you get to draw a card when it enters. White has been getting some creatures as of late that come into play and draw cards. I wouldn't say there's a lot, but we're getting to the point where you can reasonably start building a deck around, white being able to cantrip, including with its creatures. The easiest way to do it with Rock's Meditant would be something like Painter's Servant. Well, the easiest way would simply be play white and green in the same deck. But if you're going mono white, which is how my brain wants to do it, oh, there's a restriction here. Let's try and make use of that. Let's try and do that. Let's try and encompass that restriction. Let's try and use that. But let's still have a restriction. This is a white card. I want to do this in white. I will point out that ability, if you don't control a white or green, if you don't control a green permanent, when the ability goes on the stack, you are not going to be able to draw. The ability will not trigger, and you won't draw a card. So, what you're going to want is something like, oh, what do you call it? I'm drawing a blank now. What's the card I'm thinking of? Painter's Servant obviously works. Really? It's not Ursat's Gnomes. Huh. choice. Scuttlemutt. So if you've got Scuttlemutt, which incidentally was in Shadowmoor, if you have Scuttlemutt and Scuttlemutt, my brain's crossbreeding Shadowmoor and Scuttlemutt, and having a great time. If you tap Scuttlemutt and say, hey, I'm now green, with Rock's Meditant on the stack, and hasn't resolved yet, then when Rock's Meditant comes into play, assuming the Scuttlemutt's still there, it will trigger. And then, if the Scuttlemutt is, if the green Scuttlemutt is still there, even if it's disappeared, returned, and is green again, the ability goes to resolve. It sees, yes, you still have a green permanent. Now you can draw a card. Really simple and easy way to pull it off. Just have a Scuttlemutt in like you can use Painter's Servant, or you can name or you can have Scuttlemutt. Use either one to make stuff green, and Rock's Meditant comes into play, and you'll draw a card. That being said, you can also do a Rhino Tribal. There's a few Rhinos that I can think of that actually... You know what, let's try this. Is Commander type Rhino? Bebop and Rocksteady, you're not going to be able to use that. Okay, wow, really? Rune of the Hidden Realm, which is Bant, and Parry the Pulverizer, which is also Bant. Bebop and Rocksteady, you're not going to be able to play that. This is the whatchamacallit, Magic Arena version of the proper version. Yeah, cards that only exist on Arena or are Arena rebalance cards. Go away. You don't exist. MMO. Users in chat. Yep. I don't like cards that only exist on Arena, and I don't like cards that are in paper and then rebalanced later on Arena. Personal opinion, they need to take more time and make sure the cards are, balanced properly in paper first. Okay. Alright. Boop. Noodle. Toaster strudel. Dog of poodle. No, hat of poodle. So yeah, realistically, if you are playing Rhinos, you're probably playing Bant. You might play Jund. And so the funny thing is, if you're playing Bant, you're playing green and these two colors. And if you're playing Jund, you're playing green and these two colors. There's no overlap apart from the fact that you're playing green. But yeah, that's what I see. So if you're playing if you're playing Rhinos and you're playing Bant, let's try this again. If you're playing Rhinos and you're playing white, you're probably playing Bant, unless you use something like Morophon so you can play all 5 colors. I would assume you're playing Bant. But yeah, that's what I see here. It's not I mean, keep it like it's. I don't think it's a bad card. You just have to have a green source, a green permanent to be able to draw a card. And that's not that hard to pull off. Let's be honest, it's not hard to pull off. You either add green to your deck, or you have some way of creating green permanents in some other manner. For example, Sarpadian Empires Volume 7. You can pay, as it enters, you can say green sapling and go 3 tap, make a sapling. Not hard. There are white cards from Capenna, I'm pretty sure. Streets New Capenna. Citizen ID equal white. Yeah. This comes into play, makes a green-white citizen token. This untaps a tap creature control to make a green-white citizen token. This allows you to create green-white citizens. This allows you to remove counters from creatures or planeswalkers to make citizens. And draw cards. So there's 4 cards just in Streets of New Capenna alone that allow you to make green, tokens that, yes, they're white, but they're also green. And that's the part the Rocks Meta cares about. And go from there. If your group allows you to play with if your group allows you to play with cards that are hybrid and count hybrid cards as one color or the other, then you can play Dryad Militant as a mono white card. But because it's hybrid, it's also green. Oof. So, Rocks Meditant, there's a few ways to make it work in Commander. And yeah, 4 mana for a 2/4, which averages to a 3/3, comes into play, draws a card, is actually pretty good. Not gonna lie, I think that's actually pretty good. Aven Trailblazer, spent more than enough time. I spent, I think, almost something like 25 minutes, about 20 minutes just talking about the Rocks Meditant. I think it deserves more play than it's actually getting. Aven Trailblazer, 3 mana for a flyer with 2 power, with toughness equal to the number of basic land types among lands you control. Realistically, the highest I can see this going in a mono white deck, little asterisk there, is 3. If you're playing white blue or you're playing white red, I can see it going to 4. If you're playing Jeskai, I could see 5. Actually, no, in white green. In white green, you can make it a 5. No, you'd still have to play 5 color. Well, if your group allows hybrid to count as 1, and I'll explain why for that in just a moment. Then, if they do that, then you can count this as actually a mono green card. And lands you control are every basic land type. Although there are ways like Dryad of the Elysian Grove and Prismatic Omen to give all your lands all basic land types. So white-green can do this as a 2/5 flyer for 3. If you're doing that, yes, I might consider playing it. But finding a way to make it into a 2/2 or 2/3, I'm kind of meh on at 3 mana, especially with modern cards. 2/3 flyers should be pretty easy to get for 3 mana. In fact, even with cards from this era, you should be able to get a 2/3 mana. Sure, you might have to bounce a thing, or it might, it might be a temperate, whatever. But you have, this is I would want this to be a 2/4 flyer for me to bother considering it. Bird Tribal, probably not good enough. Soldier Tribal, probably not good enough. Domain, a domain-based deck, I can see it playing. I can see a reason for this. Now, how do I expect this to be a 2/3? You're probably wondering. In a mono white deck. And I'll jump down to my Gender Animator deck because it's got the cards I'm looking for in it. Visual spoiler. Go away, go away, go away, go away, go away. All the way down to lands. Wow, okay. So, I'll go pull up Urborg because it's the one most people think of. Urborg, Tomb of Yawgmoth. Each land is a swamp in addition to its other land types. Color identity. Color identity cares about colored mana symbols. You can reference another color all you want. If there's not a colored mana symbol, it doesn't matter. Urborg, Tomb of Yawgmoth references the word swamp, but that's like saying, references the word black, but White Knight has got protection from, black, or Circle of Protection Black exists, so on and so forth. These are white cards, have a white color identity, nothing on it. It references black, but it's not black. Swamp, you can have creatures that got Swamp Walk or cards that prevent Swamp Walk. But if they don't have a black mana symbol in a cost somewhere, they're not black cards. You can have a red card that has Swamp Walk. You can have a white card that's got Swamp Walk. As a result, this is as I mentioned before, this is a land, and lands don't have a color unless something specifically gives it one. Not just a color identity, but a color period. So, yes, it allows, because it changes everything into a swamp in addition to its types, this now has the ability to tap for black mana, but unlike a card like Polluted Mire, which has a black mana symbol on it, it doesn't have a black color identity. Same with Yavimaya Cradle of Growth. Turning all lands into force, in addition. Cool. Exact same idea. It allows lands to tap for green, but nothing on there says the land is green. So now we go back to this, and Naven Trailblazer in a mono white deck, you throw a copy of Urborg in, you throw a copy of Yavimaya in, and suddenly you have 3 basic land types in a mono white deck. Not that hard to pull off. So, even Trailblazer, if you're playing with Domain, even in mono white, It's, just doing that and having ways to pull them up somehow. You suddenly have ways, you can suddenly hit a domain level of 3. Now, again, even Trailblazer, in just in mono white, if that's all you're doing, kind of unexciting. Not gonna lie, not thrilled by it. But if you've got a way somehow of turning lands into more than just, for hitting for more than just 3 types in that deck, because plains, swamp, and forest are all going to be covered. So you just need mountain and or island to be created as a land type that you've got in play somehow. As a 2/4, as a 2/4 flyer for 3 mana, I'm somewhat interested. As a 2/5 flyer for 3 mana, I am interested. Incidentally, I will point out, Wastes is a basic land, but does not have a basic land type. What? Wastes. Basic land. Compare plains. Basic land dash plains. Basic land. This does not have a type. I think what this actually means is it's a basic lands, but it's not that they didn't create one. It's like colorless not have it being the lack of a color. So this is a basic land with lack of a type. Is, I think, where they're going for, or where they're going with that. So even Trailblazer, if you're trying to build a domain deck based on white, if you're able to pull off a 4th basic land type somehow, and wastes unfortunately will not count. Holy hand grenade of Antioch. No idea where that's coming from. If you're able to pull off a 4th land type somehow, even Trailblazer starts getting a lot more interesting. If you're able to pull off 5, great. Easiest way to do that, add green. Literally, just add green. And then you've got cards like Dryad of the Illicit Grove and Prismatic Omen and a few other things that allow you to do that. Valiant Guard, honestly, you're playing humans. If you're looking for something like this, a 0/4 for 1 mana is really easy. Yoke Docks and stuff of that nature, real easy. Power equal 0. Whoops. Toughness equal 4. ID equal white. Bam. 27 cards. Oh yeah. And then mana value equal 1. 6 of them. Armored Armadillo, which I think is hilarious. Godpharaoh's Faithful. Not really going to help you in mono white, but if somebody decides to drop a Painter Servant and they name any of these 3 colors, you're suddenly playing, you're suddenly gaining life. Laguna Band Trailblazer, if you target it with anything, it's going to grow. Perimeter Captain, chances are some of your creatures may end up having Defender if you're looking at 0/4s for 1. at which point you gonna gain life there. And then Tessa's Dromedary and Yoke Dogs are literally just 0/4s for 4, or 0/4s for 1. And what if I go toughness greater than 3? Anything new? Nope, nothing new. What if I take out the power requirement? Anything else? Oh, 2 more. Okay, Bushy Tenderfoot. Potentially flips, so it's a one that potentially flips into a 3/4. And Autoclan Landmark enters scries 2 craft with an artifact, and it becomes a 1/4 flyer. Yeah, so realistically, nothing new. But yeah, Valiant Guard. Unless you're actually really digging for 1 mana cards that have got enough tough, yeah, don't. Just pass on it. 6 1-drops is probably more than what you're going to want in general. Because realistically, the one thing I find about Commander in general is that 1 mana cards, when it comes to creatures, unless they do something very specific for your deck, aren't worth it. You can, because like a 2, same with limited. The problem with a 1 mana card, both in limited and in Commander, is that for 1 extra mana, you can get something that's so much better. Like, you might get a 1/1 first strike, but for 2 mana, well, maybe you've got a 2/2 first strike with protection from, protection from red. Or you've got a 2/1 flying first strike, and so on and so forth. So your 1 mana cards really have to be worth it to be worth playing 1 mana for. This is part of the reason why I don't like Lightning Bolt in Commander. It's a good card, but you're looking at at a format where players are starting off with 40 life, not 20. And so 3 damage, instead of being 15% of your life total, is 7.5% of your life total, which means you need like what? Instead of needing just 7, you need 14 thrown at the same person. But for 1 more mana, you can get cards like Flame Rift. Which, for 1 more mana, is 4 damage, not to 1 person, but to everybody. And if you're playing Burn, being able to hit, yes, you're also hitting yourself, but being able to hit 3 people for 1/10 of their life total for 2 mana is really good. Compare that to Lightning Bolt, which only hits 1 person. They take 3 damage, but only hits 1 person. In Commander, this is doing... Ignoring yourself, don't ignore yourself, because your life total is relevant at some point. But if you're trying to burn out the entire table, this is doing 12 damage to your opponents for 2 mana. So, this is one of those cards where I don't mind playing it as a 1-drop. Court Homunculus, 1 white, gets +1/+1 as long as you control another artifact. How hard is it to control another artifact? In a typical deck. In fact, let's just even go to, I don't know, let's go my mono black commons. Not a deck based around artifacts, like specifically artifacts at all. I've got Ashnod's Altar. I've got Clockwork Fox. I've got Filigree Familiar. I've got Searchlight Companion. I've got Felden's Cane. Arcane Signet, Bonder's Ornament, Honored Heirloom, Unstable Obelisk, Urgolem's Eye. So that's already 10. Anything that generates artifacts of some sort. No, you're colorless, but you're not an artifact. What are you on the other side? Depraved Harvester, Human Knight. Okay. Alright, fine. You need the other half. Oh, wow. Really? Okay, fine. Whatever. I don't think the other... I think the other side is colorless, but... No, I think it's actually black. I don't remember. But yeah. So a deck that's not actually putting any effort into creating artifacts has got 10 artifacts in it. Just because those happen to be decent cards for the deck I'm looking at. So again, getting a colorless, getting an artifact in play, fairly easy to just randomly end up with enough artifacts to make it worth playing. You might as well just do it. And what's the result? You end up with a 2/2 for 1 mana, which is a lot better than a 1/1 for 1 mana. Honestly, if this is a card I do not mind playing. I think it's a lot better than most people give credit for. Gleam of Resistance. Basic land cycling, always nice. Keep in mind, it's basic land cycling, it's not plain cycling, so you can fetch other basics. Paying 2 mana to dig another color out that you need, or just another land that you really need. And really hard to counter it because it's an activated ability, not a spell. Here you go. So, that, in addition to the fact that, as an instant, all your creatures get +1/+2 till end of turn, and you untap them, which basically means you get a form of vigilance. I'm actually using this in... Where are you? Why do I not see you? Oh, because you're further down. I think that's this deck. Visual spoiler. Anax and Cymede, or as I like to call them, Anthrax and Cyanide. This is an aggro deck. Yep, there it is. I have it as one of my... I've got 5 lands here whose job it is specifically to dig for lands. 2 of each color that say basic land cycling. They all have basic land cycling of either white +1 or red +1. Plus an Ash Barrens. The reason I have these specific cards in is because not only can I pitch them to dig out another land, they also do something that's relevant to my game plan. Battle plan, beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gets +2/+0 till end of turn. Make this creature more aggressive. Gleam of Resistance, the card we're talking about. Creatures you control get +1/+2 till end of turn. Untap those creatures. Yes, it's 5 mana. But being able to, like, the other part of it is, hey, by the way, I attacked with everything. Cool. 5 mana. I untap my guys, and they're bigger till end. They're all +1/+2 till end of turn. I got 6 guys. That's +6/+12. And they're all untapped now. And now people are taking a look and going, wow, do I actually want to, you know, if the person to my left, if the person to my left is attacking me, or sorry, the person to my left is attacking me, and I'm going, and I play that, and they're like, well, that was a bad move on my part. You're not gonna know. And then the next two people are going, what other tricks has he got available? Fiery Fall. 6 mana, 5 damage to target creature. Not a card I like. But again, it does progress my game plan. I would much rather have cards like Aftershock or something like that as a removal slot. But as a removal slot that can also get me a land, Fiery Fall is Fiery Fall is not bad. And it will kill a lot of things. And then Landscaper Kolos, as a 4/6 for 6, when it enters, put target card from an opponent's graveyard on the bottom of their library. Kind of graveyard hate. But yeah, depending on the kind of deck that you're building, an aggressive deck that's playing white, and especially one that plays more than one color, basic land cycling, plus the fact that you can untap your creatures and pump them all at the same time. I think Gleam of Resistance needs more attention. Celestial Purge. I've said it before and I'll say it again. That from casual players, it seems to me that black and green get a lot of attention. It looks like the math works out a little different than what I've experienced, but that might also be, more competitive players are more likely to add other colors to the mix. Hold on a sec here. So, Celestial Purge. If you like, I don't see an issue with this being played. Realistically, this is basically like it's a slightly more expensive path to Exile that doesn't give your opponent stuff, but only targets a handful of things, but can also target a lot of things. Because again, black gets a lot of attention. Red, let's get your your giant dragon or your goblin lord or whatever off the board. By the way, I will point out it says black or red permanent. It doesn't say creature. So somebody's got, I don't know, Phyrexian Arena out and they're running away with a game because they're drawing so many extra cards. Or you know, they've got Fiery Emancipation and decide to cast Fireball at you, you know, for 10, which is going to end up being 30 damage because the Fiery Emancipation instant. Kill it. Okay, now you only take 10 instead of 30, which is kind of a huge difference. So, yeah. I don't mind a little bit of color hosing in certain decks. I don't mind some. Just keep your eyes open on, you know, just try and make sure you're not overdoing it. But to be honest, you know, like Dose and the Falling Leaf, my mono green control deck. Let's see if I can find it here. Oh, I don't have it under emergency counters. I think my actual physical build, I ended up cutting. Yeah, I think in my actual physical build, I end up cutting it and putting. I think I cut something and I put Life Force in. And the reason I put Life Force in, and we are talking about, like, this is a green card. It's a green enchantment that says counter target black spell. This is also part of the reason why I don't have a problem with black having enchantment removal. Because it should have an answer to something like this. You know, apart from Death Grip, which is the exact same thing, but, you know, green opposing black and black opposing green. So, I don't mind people playing a bit of this kind of removal. Also, the fact that Celestial Purge, it's not aimed towards one specific color, it's aimed towards two. And so, therefore, it does have some more flexibility than one would otherwise expect. I would prefer Generous Gift. However, this does Exile. So, consider it in your toolbox. Mirror Sigil Sergeant. What I said earlier about the Rocks Meditant applies here to the Mirror Sigil Sergeant in, just as well. This is more likely to want to play Painter's Servant over Scuttlemutt. Whatever it was called. I think it was Scuttlemutt. Scuttlemutt. Yeah, Scuttlemutt. It's more likely to want to play Painter's Servant over Scuttlemutt because this way you name blue and you just keep making copies and copies and copies and copies. There's not a lot of ways in white of being able to make copies of stuff. But you do that, and on your first upkeep, you end up with 2 Surgeons. On your second upkeep, you end up with 4. On your third upkeep, you've got 8. And they keep multiplying. It's the same situation as, whatchamacallit, Phoenix Fleet Airship out of Avatar, the Avatar The Last Airbender set. Same idea. Yeah. A 4/4 trample for 6 is not terrible. If you've got a way to pull it off somehow. Oh, dude. The funniest way... I just realized. The funniest way to pull off something like Rock's Meditant or Mirror Sigil Sergeant. The funniest way is using a card like Evangelize. I'm not going to get into that story right now. A card like Evangelize. You target somebody and you say, give me give me one of your whatever. Sapling tokens, whatever. And I won't attack you for the next turn. If you're looking at Rock's Meditant, or you go, give me one of your tokens, let it live, help me keep it alive, and I won't attack you for the next 2 turns or the next 3 turns or whatever. You do that, and then you look at me, Mirror Sigil Sergeant, and go, cool, thank you. What? Oh no, what did I get myself into? Oh yeah, have fun with that. Make a deal with somebody, get something that you don't think they're going to care about, and realistically, they're not going to care about it. Because you want a sapling token, or a squirrel token, or in the case of this, like a fish token. What is it that it's Fountain Port I'm thinking of? Fountain Port. Yeah. Give me get a fish token. Give me a fish token for this. Help me keep it alive for a couple of turns. I won't attack you at all during. I won't do anything that against you or any of your stuff for like 3 turns, let's say. Sure. Then you play Mirror Sigil Sergeant and everything starts going silly. Enjoy. You can have that one for free. Mark of Asylum, 2 mana. If you're playing a group hug, or not group hug deck, if you're playing a, what's the expression I'm looking for? Pillow Fort deck, you want this. Prevent all non-combat damage that would be dealt to creatures you control. This, on your side, completely shuts down anything like Chain Reaction and Starve Extinction and all that jazz. All your creatures, everybody lives. Just this one time, Rose, everybody lives. Yeah. Basically, realistically good against red decks and occasionally good against black decks. Not very useful against other decks, but again, that also depends on the builds in question. But red is most likely to be playing with cards that say, hey, by the way, X damage to everything. Or everything of a given category, and you just go, shrug, don't care. What's even funnier is if you're the one playing red or black, and you add cards like Pestilence or Crypt Rats, and you just start Crypt Rats, you put, oh my god, if you take Crypt Rats and put something that gives lifelink on it, like locks it on Warhammer, enchant creature gets +3/+0 and has trample and lifelink. Most relevantly here, giving lifelink. You put that on Crypt Rats, and then Mark of Asylum. I'm going to kill all the creatures. I'm going to gain back more life than what I've, than the amount of damage I'm taking from the rats. And Mark of Asylum, my creatures live. This is this is one of those cards where in a situation like this might be, this is a not unreasonable replacement for a card like Akroma's Memorial, one of those cards that I keep talking on and on about. So, Mark of Asylum, worth playing. Scepter of Dominance, I'm kind of meh on. in a constructed, like in a normal 60 card constructed environment, I don't mind this. The fact that it's also tap target permanent, you can actually tap down somebody's land. And sometimes that's relevant. So for example, you can tap down a Maze of Ith before you declare attackers, because Maze of Ith untap target attacking creature. A creature's not declared an attacking creature until you've declared attackers. So during beginning of combat, you can use Scepter of Dominance or a similar card to tap the maze, then declare your attackers, and the protection that your opponent's got left up is like, oh. That's probably the number one place I can think of where I would want Scepter of Dominance, is protection against Maze of Ith. That being said, you can also, strip mine it, ghost quarter it, whatever. But that does give them a way to get it back. This just disables it. Other fun ways of disabling it are, I know I've brought this up many times, Planar Disruption. If you can turn it, for example, into an artifact, and name Mythos Lattice, although be careful, as I've said before, be careful about using Mythos Lattice because it combos with so many things to stop people from being able to play the game. Be careful with that. However, Mythos Lattice, Planar Disruption on, on a Maze of Ith, suddenly it can't be used for anything. So, Scepter of Dominance does have its places. It's fine. Aven Squire, 2 mana, 1/1 Flying Exalted. It's not bad. Like in a bird deck, it's fine. In a deck that has one creature that really wants to attack, so whatchamacallit, like a Voltron deck. If my Squee Goblin Nabob deck was in white instead of in red, a card like this would be amazing because just simply having this in play pumps my, pump my general by +1/+1. So if you're looking at building something along lines of my Squee deck, but in white, i.e. a color that makes more sense to do this in, consider throwing an Aven Squire in there. Cards that have Exalted are really good in a deck like that. Ash's Favor. And speaking of which, a deck like that, if you're not going to go with the Akroma's Memorial route, and I'm not going to say you should, if you're not going to go with the Akroma's Memorial, Ash's Favor does so much of what Akroma's Memorial does. Let me just pull it up real. Whoops. Jeepers Age. Thank you. Creatures you control have Flying, First Strike, Vigilance, Trample, Haste, Pro Black, Pro Red. Okay? So the protection, it doesn't get protection. Flying, First Strike, Trample. Flying, First Strike, Vigilance, Trample, Haste. It doesn't give haste, I know that. So Flying, First Strike, Vigilance, and Trample. Flying, First Strike, Vigilance. It doesn't give Trample. So it doesn't give Trample, it doesn't give haste, it doesn't give protection from either color. But it gives half of it for 3 mana, almost half of it for 3 mana. If you are, if you want a really budget-friendly version of Akroma's Memorial to cover Like, flying first strike and vigilance is huge. Like, first strike combines with a hand sandwich, let's be honest. You want a Chroma's Memorial, but you don't want to spend son of a Trisket, thank you. But you don't want to spend, 28 plus on a copy. And that's 28 plus USD. So if you're not in the States, for example, I'm not, I'm in Canada, you're looking around 40 bucks Canadian or more. Versus something that's like 25, 50 cents. Pick this up. Are you playing white? Pick this up. This does like half the job. Giving your stuff indestructible is pretty close to what protection from black and red will do. And so all you're missing out on is trample and haste. You build your deck a certain way, you don't have to worry about the haste or the haste. You'll have the time. And trample? Okay, well, if your stuff's indestructible, you cast Wrath of God, nobody's got any creatures left, and then you can attack, and then trample doesn't matter. So, there's ways around it. And Ash's Favor, really good. Especially if you only care about one specific creature. So, again, a Voltron deck of sorts. Lapse of Certainty. Let me just scroll back into my other chat room for a sec here. Where was it? Counter target spell. If that spell is countered this way, put on top of its earnest library instead of... Yeah, this is Memory Lapse for 1 extra mana. In white instead of blue. Again, like, not a bad card. Really interesting card because white is not known really for getting counter spells, and this might, like, it gets some, and it's usually tacked on to certain counter spells. So, in recent memory, like, we've had Dovin's Veto, and there's another one that's in standard right now. Set type 2. Oh. Oh, No More Lies. Which is, basically 2 mana leak, but if it's countered this way, you exile it. You are paying white in there. You are paying white in there because the spell gets exiled. You're not going to get double blue counter target spell unless they pay 3. If it's countered this way, exile it. You're not going to get that double blue at this point. But adding white to it, yeah, I can see that. But lapse, so it gets tacked on to certain counter spells to do something that white is known for. But an actual counter spell in white, so ID equal white, counter target. There's 11 cards. This Dawn Charm counters a spell that targets you. This counters a spell that blows up. If it blows up, if it tries to blow up any of your lands. This counters an X spell unless they pay 3. This counters an artifact or enchantment, but they gain life. So it's basically Swords to Plowshares for an artifact/enchantment spell. This Lapse of Certainty that we're talking about. This comes into play, makes a wizard that you can sack to counter a non-creature unless they pay 1. Mana Tithe, counter spell unless they pay 1. Pay 1, tap and pay life, counter target black spell. Rebuff the Wicked, counter target spell that targets a permanent you control. This really needs to see a lot more play in Commander. Sack this to counter target red instant or sorcery spell. And this, pay 2, tap and sack it. Counter target spell that targets an enchantment. So there's 11 counter spells. A lot of them are either, unless they pay X, whatever X is, usually 1, or restricted in what they can hit. Lapse of Certainty, you just counter it. You say, nope, you're not having it. That being said, then you start getting cards like, Reprieve. You know, return target spell to its owner's hand, draw a card. Not apologizing. Yeah, I'm going to play mono white counter spells, and people are going to be like, what on earth are you doing? Hi, have a nice day. Anyway, Lapse of Certainty. It's an extra mana over Mana Leak, but if you're not playing blue, it's not bad. Of course, the fun part is, you can then counter it and then mill them somehow. Or force them to, even more fun, force them to shuffle their libraries somehow. No big deal. Decent card. Wall of Reverence. 4 mana for a 1/6 defending flyer. At the beginning of your end step, you may gain life equal to the power of target creature you control. So, with anything that gains life, there's all these cards that like to go, hey, by the way, if you would gain life, gain extra life. One of my favorites ends up being Alhammar's Archive, because it does so... it doesn't look like it does anything, but when it starts doing stuff, it does a lot. People usually want it for this. There are times when the life gain bit is actually more relevant. I actually have it in a mono red life gain deck. Let's see if I've got you listed here. My deck lists... There it is. This is technically legacy legal. This is not a good deck. Do not try playing this competitively. It's got 4 fetch lands. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 of each Triumph. You want to fetch one and you want to fetch the other. The Sandstone Needles are there to get extra mana because you're only running 20 lands. That's also part of the reason Mindstone is in there. You ideally want something like a Chrome Mox or something like that. Mindstone is, also works. A couple of Alhammar's Archive, an Elixir of Immortality, and a couple of a pair of Krark's Thumb. If you have one of each Triome in play, you have all 5 land types. Collapsing Borders. Then, at the beginning of each player's upkeep, that player gains 1 life for each basic land type among lands they control. Then this deals 3 damage to them. So, you have 1 of each Triome. You're going to gain 5 life and then take 3. So, net result, you're gaining 2 life a turn. If you've got Alhammar's Archive, you're going to gain 10 and then take 3. So you're going to gain 7 in a mono red deck. Glacial Crevices. This is part of the reason I have Snow-Covered Swamps in here, because then you can sacrifice Snow-Covered Swamps for Fog. Impulsive Maneuvers. I'm kind of on the fence about this one, but it was kind of out of necessity. And you're either going to, whenever a creature attacks, you flip a coin. And if you win, it deals double that damage instead. If you lose, you prevent the damage. You want the damage prevented. So you actually want to lose the flip. Fighting chance. For each blocking creature, flip a coin. If you win the flip, deals no combat damage this turn. Game of Chaos. Flipping coin. The loser of the flip loses 1 life. The winner of the flip gains life and may choose to continue. Torrent of Lava. X damage to each creature without flying. And then tap to prevent 1 damage to each, to itself from Torrent of Lava. And then the actual creatures in this. Ollie from Cairo, if you have that in play, damage that would reduce your total to less than 1. You stop at 1. Balduvian Hydra. You get to remove counters off of it to prevent damage to it. Callous Giant, if a source would deal less than 4 damage to it, prevent that damage. Fortune Thief. This is another version of Ali from Cairo. Rock Hydra. What's the actual wording on it? Oh yeah, pay a red to prevent the next 1 damage to be dealt to this creature this turn. Yeah, each point of damage Hydra suffers kills 1 head unless controller spends red per head. And then Soulgorge Orc comes into play, your life total becomes 1, which means you lose that much life. But when it dies, you gain all that life back. If you have Alhamrit's Archive in play when it dies, your life total actually goes to double what you had, like double the amount you lost, plus 1. And it's a leave play trigger. So enjoy that. But yeah, Alhamrit's Archive, lots of fun when you're dealing with stuff that gains life on a consistent basis. This is going to be in that kind of deck, and it's based on the creature's power. So, but that can still get out of hand really easy because the amount of stuff that there is for increasing life gain just in mono white gets silly. Never mind cards like Glorious Anthem, etc., that make your creatures bigger. Martial Coup, we all know about Martial Coup. 2 white plus X. You make X soldier tokens, and if X is 5 or more, you blow up everything else. We all know about this card. Sigil of the Empty Throw. 5 mana. Whenever you cast an enchantment spell, you make a 4/4 Flying Angel. You're playing any sort of deck that has enough enchantments to make it work. You don't need, it doesn't have to be heavy on enchantments, but just enough enchantments. I would say if you're running, say, 10 to 15 enchantments, it's probably worth putting it in. If you're running more than that, you should put it in. If you're running like 10, you could, I would say 10. If you're getting at least 5 of them that can reasonably reasonably show up after this, you're probably fine. And the funny thing is, it can be a 1-mana enchantment. It doesn't matter. And suddenly, hey, by the way, 4/4 flyer. Rancor. Oh my god. If you've got cards like Rancor in the deck, you have like 2 or 3 of that sort of card. Or a more fun example, we'll go back to my Squee deck. And it sounds weird, but Squee is like a great kind of deck for something like this. Because Crown of Flames, you pay a red, you return it back to its owner's hand. Draconic Destiny, whenever an enchanted creature dies, return Draconic Destiny to its owner's hand. Escape Velocity lets you recast it from your graveyard because it's got escape. Fiery Mantle, just, when it's put in a graveyard from play, return it to its owner's hand. Just like Rancor. Get 2 fire breathing. Return it back to owner's hand just like Crown of Flames does. Undying Rage. When it's put in the graveyard from the battlefield, return it to its owner's hand. Unquenchable Fury. When it's put into the graveyard from the battlefield, return it to its owner's hand. If you're building a deck based on this kind of premise, you don't need a lot. I would say, because I've only got, I think I have 8 in there now because they came out with a new one. I would say if you're playing Sigil of the Empty Throne and you've got, those 8 enchantments, I forgot what the 8th one is called. Yeah, put it in. Because once they start trying to kill your creatures, you're going to go, cool, bring this back to my hand, bring this back to my hand, and recast this and recast this. And it's like, yeah, it's too easy. Path to Exile, we all know about Path to Exile. Exile target creature, they get a basic land. All I'll say about Path to Exile is make sure you're running enough basic land to make it worth playing. To make sure you're not getting screwed over by it. There's a reason why a lot of my commander decks, most of them realistically, are starting in around 17 to 20 basic lands. I want to make sure that if somebody goes Path to Exile or Settle the Wreckage or Winds of Abandon or anything of that line at all, I still have things. Alright, blue. Good lord. Hour and a half. I'm going to have to plow through this. Controlled Instincts. Enchanted red or green creature doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. I wouldn't play it anymore unless you specifically want to specifically hit on red or green. But if you don't, Weakstone Subjugation does the same thing but better. And you can find some fairly efficient enchant creature or enchant permanent doesn't untap normally cards fairly cheap. I think if you're paying more than 3 mana, you're probably paying too much. And in fact, you might even want to look into cards depending on the kind of removal you actually want, like Icy Prison, which is essentially a Journey to Nowhere in mono blue that any player can pay the upkeep cost on. Scepter of Insight, don't bother. We now have Arcana Encyclopedia, which is 3 colorless to cast and just 3 tap, draw a card. Not only that, we've also got a couple of lands that allow you to draw cards that I would consider much better. You have, what's the one that pay life equal to your commander's color identity? Oh, identity, type land, draw. War Room. This is a land. Lands generally work out roughly equivalent to a 2 mana artifact when you're looking at costing stuff. Taps for colorless. Pay 3 and tap it, and pay life equal to the number of colors in your commander's color identity to draw a card. Amazing in colorless decks. Really good in monocolor decks. I would say 2 color decks. Sure. 3 colors or more, you probably already have enough ways to draw cards without having to worry about War Room. Plus, you've also got things like the Monarch available. Or if you really want to be silly, you've got Coveted Jewel, and that's all sorts of fun. Scepter of Insight, pass. Hard pass on these 2. Blackwater Elemental. The big reason I would play Blackwater Elemental in any kind of deck, realistically, I'm looking at as a Psionic Blast. It's 3 mana for 4 damage. Or I'm looking at it as a creature that I can sacrifice potentially twice um, for various effects. So I'm playing some kind of dredge deck, some kind of aristocrats deck, some kind of deck where I actually want to sacrifice creatures. So decks like that, sure. Um, Constricting Tendrils. If I'm looking at for this ability, you know, I think you can get down to like -6 nowadays. Um, ID equal blue, mana value equal no mana value less than 3. O colon target creature gets minus O cycling. Oh, uh, really? What if I just simply do this? This. Creatures your opponents control get -2/-0 till end of turn. So for 1 extra mana, it's also got cycling of 2, but it's all your creatures, all your opponent's creatures as opposed to target creature. I prefer that. Constricting Tendrils? Feels like a tough sell, but if you're, like, if... Nah, you know what? You're playing with you don't need a card like this. The reason to play a card like this is because it's got cycling 2. There's much better options for cycling 2. Yeah, I would pass on that. Grixis Illusionist. Remember what I was saying before about turning lands into other types? Blue, I would say that after green, blue is probably, at least historically, the second best color when it comes to changing lands into other types. Green turns around, does it in addition. Blue says, guess what, you're this now. And there are some times that it's like if you go, hey, by the way, your swamp is a forest now. Your opponent's looking and going, you do that on their upkeep, and they're like, I can't cast anything now. Really, really annoying. It's simple, really. If they can't find us, they can't kill us. Makes complete sense to me. Yeah. I don't mind people building off of weird themes. Have you seen my lists? I don't mind people building off of weird ideas. Grixis Illusionist, making a deck where you keep changing people's land types, and it's like, oh, dude. In mono blue, I want to see somebody do it. I might end up having to do it myself. Parasitic Strix, 3 mana for 2/2 flyer, which sounds meh. When it enters, if you control black permanent, again, if you don't control one, when the ability goes to go on the stack, it won't trigger. If it does successfully trigger, and by the time the ability goes to resolve, you have a black permanent, then you get the result of the triggered ability. Target player loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Again, there's a bunch of ways to make this work. You know, being able to create like fairy rogues. Fairy rogue tokens are commonly black and blue, for example. They like that color scheme. That's one way to do it. Again, go to Sarpadian Empires and make Thrall tokens. I'll be very happy. Thanks. My name is Mindstab Thrall. I'm a Thrall. easy way to make this work. Also, you're playing blue, which can bounce stuff really easily. White can also self-bounce really easy. So, being able to consistently drain people on a regular basis, blue can also copy stuff fairly easily. So, being able to go, hey, by the way, thump. Cumberstone. You are playing some kind of pillow fort deck? Consider throwing this in your list. Being able to knock a point of damage off of every creature that, you know, suddenly your opponent's got a bunch of 1/1s and they're taking a look and it goes, now there's 0/1s. And it's not even creatures your opponents control that are attacking you. It doesn't matter if they're attacking or not. They just thump. Their 1/1s, even on your, even on your opponent's turns, are going to be 0/1s. Their 2/1s are going to drop half their power down to 1/1s. And even like a 5/5 dragon is going down to a 4/5, which means that instead of 4 turns to deal 20 damage, it's 5 turns to deal 20 damage. This can be the difference between dead next turn and not dead. Play this more. Worldly Council, it's a domain card. There's enough cards that do what this is trying to do. Normally, people think of cards like Anticipate, which is, look at, 2 mana instant, look at the top 3, put 1 in your hand to rest on the bottom in any order. This is look at the top X, put 1 in your hand and the rest on the bottom in any order. It's the same cost. It has the potential to dig for 5 cards. You are looking at, in a mono blue deck without shenanigans. Well, I'm using without using cards like Grixis, Illusionist, etc. It's not hard to make this go for 3. With cards along the lines of Grixis, Illusionist, you can actually hit domain. A full domain and dig 5 deep, which is good. But in general, I would probably pass on this and play more cards like Anticipate, or what's the one that's in standard right now? It's a lesson. It's from ID equal blue, mana value equal to top. Accumulate Wisdom. I would probably run this instead. As the first Anticipate variant that I play. If I happen to, like, and keep in mind, you want to run, for example, Kodama's Reach. You want to run Kodama's Reach over Cultivate, because Kodama's Reach, if you end up playing cards that have Splice onto Arcane, and there's no guarantee that you will, but if you do, you have an Arcane to Splice onto. If you happen to end up playing cards that care about lessons, you have them. This is a lesson, and this can end up putting 3 cards in your hand for 2 mana at instant speed instead of just grabbing 1. So Worldly Council, there's better versions that exist. As per Zoa, I thought this was going to be better. It's still really good. At the beginning of your upkeep, return an artifact you control to the owner's hand. It's a 3 mana 4/3 flyer. Just as a simple example, Bootlegger's Stash, 6 mana artifact, lands you control have tap created treasure token. Cool. You at some, at the end of the turn before you, so this person be like, all right, well, I'll tap my last 3 lands and I'll make 3 treasures. And now I've got upkeep cost for Esprozolo for 3 turns ready to go. I'll just return a treasure each time. Yeah, 3 mana for a 4/3 flyer. Is going to do a lot more than you think it will. 4 points of flyer. It's going to start killing some of the some of the low mid-range dragons. Fairy Mechanist, 4 mana for a 2/2 flyer. When it enters, look at the top 3 cards of your library, put an artifact from among them, and put it into your hand. Rest on the bottom in a random order. Really is only going to be useful, in my opinion, if you know you have an artifact in the top 3 cards. You spent Enlightened Tutor, and you spent Enlightened Tutor, put something on top this turn, and you're spending basically an extra mana to get that card and have a 2/2 flyer. Apart from that, you really need enough artifacts in your deck to make it worthwhile, and I would say you should have a heavy artifact theme in your deck, which means, in my opinion, you probably, out of a 99 card deck, you probably want somewhere in the ballpark of 75-ish artifacts, which means you're going to end up having to run artifact lands. Mono blue can get 5 for free. You add a second color, you can get you can get at least 3 more? At least 2 that I can think of. The artifact land, that's the other color, and the bridge for blue plus whatever the second color is. And I had a third one, I think, and I can't think of it right now. But I think I might be thinking of the bridge twice. So if you hit 3 colors, you then get a third, the third color, the blue plus whatever bridge, and then the second color plus third color bridge. So playing 3 colors, you get to add at least 5 artifact lands. So in a 3-color deck, you are going to get to run at least 10 artifact lands. And yeah, I would. So 10 out of, so we'll say 25. Yeah, I would be saying I want most of my deck to be artifacts at that point. I would want to be like heavily artifact based for this to be that, or have some kind of consistent library manipulation, i.e. like Soothsaying. And for those that haven't been, aren't familiar with what Soothsaying is, maybe you didn't see me stream when I did masks. Maybe it didn't come up, or maybe it, you're relatively new. 1 blue. You can pay 5 for an enchantment. You can pay 5 blue to shuffle your library, which is, in my opinion, that's great. And then pay X. Look at the top X cards of your library, then put them back in any order. So being able to do that at any time is just huge. And suddenly, that Fairy Mechanist ends up being a lot better. So, Traumatic Visions, wouldn't play it. The big reason I would want to play it is it's got basic land cycling of 2 for, in a blue deck. But I'm pretty sure that ID equal blue, basic land cycling. I'm sure there's better options. Oh yeah, Mental Journey, much prefer it. 6 mana, instant, draw 3 cards. Doesn't sound amazing, but 6 mana, draw 3 cards at instant speed is not bad. And it's got the same basic land cycling cost. And then Stratosaur, coming out in Lorwyn Eclipsed. 5 mana for a 3/5. When it enters, target creature gains flying till end of turn. 5 mana for a 3/5 flyer. You're looking at basically a 4/4 flyer for 5 mana. That only requires a single blue. Plus, it's got basic land cycling. Yes, would play this all day long. Traumatic Visions. If you want counterspells, play a counterspell that's worth paying 5 mana for. Frontline Sage, 3 mana for 0/1 with Exalted. Blue and tap to loot. Looks expensive? It is. But it's hard to find blue cards that have Exalted. That's not a common thing that you're going to see in blue. And if you're looking at playing that kind of deck, if you like building off-the-wall decks, Frontline Sage is going to end up being really good. Tillman Performance. Target opponent reveals top of their library till they reveal a creature. And you get that card under your control. And everything else that's revealed hits the graveyard. So basically, you mill them till they hit a creature. And then you get that creature for 5 mana. Yeah. You like stealing your opponent's creatures? Tillman Performance. Not really anything to say apart from that. View from above. Doesn't look great, and often doesn't look great. Here's the fun part about View from above. 2 mana instant, target creature gains flying till end of turn. If you control a white permanent, return it to its owner's hand. Cool. I have a random white token. It's an enchantment token of Ivory Mask? Is that the one I'm thinking of? I think it's Ivory Mask. No, not Ivory Mask. Grumble. Type enchantment. Not an aura. Wow. Block from Time Spiral. Might have been Time Spiral itself. Imperial Mask. And I spelled teammate wrong. I forgot the E. Yeah. So I end up somehow with a token copy of Imperial Mask. Whatever. Don't care. View from above. For every 2 mana I spend, I give another creature flying. Okay, that's nice. And every 2 mana I spend is another spell being cast. This increases my storm count. If I'm playing a mono blue mill deck and I have something like, I don't know, Brain Freeze in my in my list somewhere. Oh. Yeah. So if you're looking to increase your storm count and you've got a way to produce white permanents at all, View from above. For every 2 mana, you increase your storm count by 1, and that can be knocked down by all sorts of things to just simply, for every blue, you increase your storm count by 1. Inkwell Leviathan. Crazy good. Back in the day, before Mirrored and Besieged, I think it was, vintage players had their choice of what were called Tinkerbots. So, let me pull up... let me pull up Tinker. Let's actually pull up the Mystery Booster version, just because it's fun. So, 1 blue plus 2, sorcery, additional cost, sack an artifact, search your library for an artifact card, put on the battlefield, and shuffle. Okay. So, at that point, it was not unheard of for there to be, for decks that were running Tinker and sufficient number of artifacts, of which you don't need a crazy number. I think, I want to say 8 is probably plenty in a 60 card format. um, it was not unheard of for people to go, okay, well, I'll sacrifice my Chrome Mox. I'll sacrifice my Sea of the Synod. I'll sacrifice my Soul Ring. I'll sacrifice my whatever. Look through my deck for a specific artifact creature and put it into play. And since I'm doing it with Tinker, it's only costing me 3 mana instead of whatever the cost on the top right corner is. There were 4 bots, or there were 4, well, we said Tinker bot. They're artifact creatures, so artifact creature, robot. There were 4 of them that people commonly played, and Inkwell Leviathan was one of them. Trample, Island Walk, and Shroud. The trample didn't matter much. It mattered some, but it didn't matter much. Island Walk, blue, such a heavily played color in Vintage that, why wouldn't you, even if you can't afford the biggest colors, the biggest cards in the game, even having access to cards like Force of Will, kind of a big deal. And Tinker, the funny thing is, Tinker and the Tinkerbots were all pretty cheap. So just, what can you feasibly bring out? Inkwell Leviathan, Darksteel Colossus, which was a 11/11 indestructible for 11 mana. If it hit the graveyard, you shuffled it back in. What were the other 2? Sphinx of the Steel Wind, which, if you're familiar with Akroma Angel of Wrath, was kind of like the Esper version of that. In fact, I think it came... Steel Wind. I think it came out in this... Yeah, it's in Alara Reborn, so we'll cover it next week. 8 mana, flying for strike, vigilance, lifelink, protection from red and green. 6/6 for 8 mana. Very similar to what Akroma herself was. And what was the other one? Oh yeah, Mirror Battlesphere, which I keep pulling it up on a regular basis. It's a 7 mana artifact creature. It's a 4/7, I think it is. Comes into play and makes 4 1/1 mirror tokens. Yeah, 7 mana, 4/7, and makes 4 mirror tokens. And then when it attacks, you can tap X number of mirrors, untapped mirrors that you have, and give this thing +X+0 till end of turn, and deal damage equal to the number of mirrors that you tap this way to whoever you're attacking. So, yeah, Inkwell Leviathan was one of the big 4. Yeah, people would occasionally play others, but those were usually very specific metagame calls, like very specific metagame calls. But if you are playing, if you're playing Vintage, one of these 4 would fill a hole that you needed filled. You want something that's good against, you need something that's good against targeted removal. You have Inkwell Leviathan. You want something that can gain you life. You want something that can gain you life to get you out of a hole, and give you a better edge against, let's say, tendrils. You have this, which 6 life at a time is like, Hitting once with this is a lot for Tendrils of Agony decks or Grape Shot decks to deal with. Hitting twice, they might as well pack up the game unless they've got something crazy going on. You know, etc., etc. As far as Commander is concerned, it's a good big, plain and simple, it's a good big beater. And now that we've got cards like Harbinger of the Tides to play with, Island Walk is just silly. I mean, between that and Stormtide Leviathan, and I think there's another one. Yeah, Inkwell Leviathan can get unblockable like all day long. You can play mono blue and basically know that you're going to get in for 7 points of damage at a time. And it's got Shroud, which means it's really hard to get off the board. And if they do have a way to block it somehow because they somehow haven't got an island in play, it's a 7-power creature with trample. Enjoy. Unsummon. We know about Unsummon. It's currently in Standard, I think. Are you? Yeah, it's in Standard. There's a better version in Standard right now, but it's in Standard. People have been playing this since it came out. Whoops. When did you come out? Oh, yeah, you came out during, you came out in Alpha. Yeah, so this card has literally existed for well over 30 years. Nice, you spend 8 mana on that creature, send it back to your hand. Wait, what? I would generally rather play this. I would generally rather play a card like Pongify or something similar that can just destroy or potentially exile the creature rather than send it back to owner's hand. You play Unsummon if you don't just want to get an opponent's creature off the board, but if you also want a card that can protect yours. Master Transmuter. Vaguely reminiscent of Tinker, except it takes an artifact card that's in your hand and puts it into play. Similar idea. But you return an artifact you control to owner's hand to put one from your hand into play. So, rather than sacrificing one to get one from your library. So that does mean you have to pull one up somehow. However, the problem with Tinker is it's not unheard of that you will end up drawing the card that you want to be able to tinker up. Which is also part of the reason why some decks end up running like 2 Tinkerbots, for example. So that if something did go wrong, they still had one they could pull up. Wretched Banquet, don't bother. If it has least power or is tied for least power among creatures on the battlefield, honestly, don't bother. For a 1-mana black sorcery, it's so easy to kill a creature with 0 power at instant speed, or 1 power, or 2 power at instant speed, like Ulcerate. Target creature gets -3/-3 till end of turn, and you lose 3 life. At instant speed, it's going to kill most things that Wretched Banquet will. And for 1 extra mana, you have Fell, which is currently in Standard. I forget if I want to say it's in Foundations. And it's just simply, for 1 more mana over this, it's destroy target creature. It's cheaper than the card Murder, but it's also sorcery, not instant. At instant speed, as an instant, you have all sorts of variants like ultimate price and cast down and terror and so many other things that can just kill. You need a thing dead. Here's a card that will probably kill it. You've got, I'm pretty sure you've got cards at 2 mana that will kill a thing. And then, oh, by the way, you lose life or whatever. Don't be afraid to run cards of that nature in Commander. Because don't forget, you start off with 40 life. The only life point that matters is the last one. It doesn't matter if you win at 1,000,000 life or at 1 life. Something a lot of people gotta remember. Wretched Banquet, don't bother. Voices from the Void. Target player discards a card for each basic land type among lands you control. Unlike most colors, this is already in black. So doing the Urborg plus Yavimaya trick is only going to get you one extra land type, not 2. And to make this worth playing, Mind Rot, which is the basic form for what I'm thinking of, is black plus 2. Target player discards 2 cards. If you've only got 2 land types available to you, don't play this. You want Mind Rot. If you've got a third, you then get access to Fugue, which is slightly more difficult to cast than this, at 2 black plus 3. Fugue, if I'm looking for a card to hit a single player, is at the level where it's like it's worth playing. If I'm looking at a card that hits a single player. Anything more than that, bonus. You also got to remember, 5 mana sorcery, compare Haunting Hymn, which for an extra black mana, if you cast it during your main phase, does not have to be as a sorcery, it can be in response to things. You make somebody discard 4 cards. So, Voices from the Void, unless you're able to hit, I would say unless you're able to hit 3 colors of, 3 basic land types consistently, I wouldn't play it. That being said, I'd also probably start off my deck with cards that aim towards hitting everybody. What do you call it? Siphon Mind? Do you do what? Yeah, Siphon Mind. At 1 less mana, each other player discards a card. Only 1 card. But you draw a card for each card discard this way. So if I'm hitting 3 people, and they've all got at least 1 card in hand, and let's be honest, this is Commander. Even when things are running low, they still have 2 or 3 usually. You make them discard. I make you discard 1, you discard 1, you discard 1. I'm going to draw 3. Why would you not play that instead of Voices from the Void? Unless you're looking to target a specific person. But, again, you need to be able to hit 3 basic land types consistently to make this worth playing, in my opinion. 2, you might as well just play Mind Rot or, the variants thereof. If you're able to hit, 4+, great. You know, if you're able to hit 5 because you're playing black-green and you've got Dryad of the Elysian Grove or some other effect, Prismatic Omen is probably the one I would play first. Because as an enchantment, it's harder to remove. Anybody can deal with creatures easily. Dealing with a 2-mana enchantment, i.e. something that comes down fast, is a little more difficult. Lands you control are every basic land type in addition to their other types. Then when I hit 5 mana, I'm like, hey, by the way, pitch 5 cards. But you need to also have a reason for playing discard effects to begin with, not just to make somebody discard cards. You need to be playing, not waste away, whenever an opponent discards a you need to be playing cards like Waste, not there's a couple other cards of that nature. Oh yeah, Aklazot's Deepest Betrayal. Whenever they discard land, you get a bat. You need to be able to. There's another one. There's another card like Waste Not, and I can't think of what it's called. Discards a creature card. Nope. Can't think of it. Oh well. But yeah, you need to play cards along the lines of Waste Not to actually make it worth playing cards like Voices from the Void. And if you're not, why are you playing a discard strategy? Realistically, if you're not playing that, or at least cards like Megrim and Liliana's, what was it called? Liliana's Caress. If you're not playing cards of that nature, Raider's Wake. Oh wow, Sangromancer. Sangromancer also gives you a good reason to do it. If you're not playing cards of those nature, then why are you playing Voice from the Void? It's making people discard cards is not a worthy endeavor in general, unless you specifically build around it. Savage Slasher. My biggest problem with a card like Savage Slasher, it's really cheap to cast and can get really big fast enough if your deck is built around it. The problem is, it gets +1/+0, and it starts off as a 1/1. Which means a creature that's, a 1-power creature doesn't even have to first strike. It doesn't even have to have first strike. Will kill this thing. Now, to be fair, you're only spending 2 mana on this creature, but it dies to, it dies to any removal spell. It dies to any creature that doesn't have 0 power. For this to be worth playing, I want it to at least have evasion. I want it to have trample, first strike, some form of evasion like flying. If it's got horsemanship, so much the better. Shadow. Something of this nature to make sure that it can actually get through for extra damage. And it doesn't need a lot of artifacts. in your graveyard, in my opinion, to be worth it. It's a human rogue. There's human synergies available. There's rogue synergies available, which I think is probably the more relevant one. It's also an artifact creature. I think if there's one artifact in your graveyard, I'm okay with it. I'm not excited, but if there's, and it's also a black creature. So, any of these synergies. If there's one artifact in your graveyard, I'm okay with it. If there's 2 artifacts in your graveyard, I think it's fine, because now you're paying 2 mana for a 3/1, which these days is about what you should be looking at. The 2 mana 2/1 is okay. A 2 mana 3/1 is fine. Like, it's like, meh, fine, whatever. Okay. But anything more than that, if there's 3 in your graveyard, now you're looking at a 2 mana 4/1. I will point out, as soon as it hits the battlefield, that's when you know how big it is. If you've got, say, 6 artifacts in your graveyard, it's going to enter the battlefield, immediately calculate, and go, hey, by the way, I'm a 7/1. It doesn't go, I'm a 1/1, and then take a look and go, actually, I'm a 7/1. It doesn't enter as a 1/1 and then figure it out. It enters and takes a look and goes, I'm a 7/1. What that means is any effects along the lines of Pandemonium that look at how big is it when it enters is going to see a 7 mana creature entering. Or sorry, a 7 power creature entering. Now, again, you're going to want a fair number of artifacts in your deck to make it worthwhile. Also, a fair number of artifacts that have no problem being in your graveyard at some point. So, maybe something like Triplicate Titan that might have Encore. You're going to want it in your graveyard at some point, so you can actually bring it back later. But yeah, Savage Slasher, in general, I'm kind of meh on it, but there are ways to actually make it worthwhile. If you can make the fact, make use of the fact that it's a rogue, or the fact that it's an artifact, or have enough artifacts in your graveyard to make it worth playing, and then throw some kind of, and then ideally throw First Strike on it, or Trample on it, or something. Like, just giving it First Strike would be huge. It'd be huge. Actually, I'm sure I spelt you wrong. Rigid K-U... Is it Kusite? Come on. Come on, puppy. Thank you. Come on. Kusite. Yeah. Rigid Kusite in your deck. A, you get to discard cards, so you can discard an artifact to it. B, it pumps its power by a point, which isn't much, but it's a thing. C, gives it First Strike till end of turn. Mono black, but combine that with Savage Slasher, makes it so much better. So if you're running Savage Slasher, consider the Rigid Kusite to add to it. Drag down. I have this in... No, I don't have this. Again, domain card. You're paying 3 mana for a removal spell. Again, play a card like Murder instead. It's just going to... The reason to play this over something like Murder is that it gets rid of stuff that's indestructible. And gets rid of stuff that can regenerate. Because regeneration helps against stuff that destroys or deals, dealing damage. Lethal damage is a destroy effect according to the rules. Well, it's not dealing lethal damage that destroys it. It's the result of lethal damage. But the big reason to run a card like Drag Down is to go, hey, by the way, you can regenerate or you are indestructible. Let's just get rid of you. But at 3 and 4 mana, you are already looking at the ability to cast cards that say Exile target creature. So why would you run Drag Down when you now have access to Exile target creature? Type instant ID equal black O Exile target creature. Mana value less than 4. 6 of them. Mana value 3 or less. Or somebody's poisoned. If its controller's poisoned, exile anything. Archenemy's Charm, exile target creature or planeswalker. Complete disregard. Target creature power 3 or less. Target creature 3 or less. Okay, a lot of these are target creature 3 or less. Fine. Archenemy's Charm. What about 4 mana? Realistically, Archenemy's Charm. But once you hit 4 mana at instant speed, there's a lot of exile target creature with some kind of bonus to it. Hey, Shomanuchi! Astarion's Thirst lets you put counters on a thing, Baleful Mastery, creature or planeswalker, and you can cast it for cheaper. Deadly Relic, you can cast it without paying its mana cost. Eat to Extinction basically says Surveil 1. Actually, it does now say Surveil 1. Creature Planeswalker, Creature Spacecraft. Creature card from a graveyard. Okay, no. Sold Out, if it took damage this turn, you get a clue. If you control taken by nightmares, if you control an enchantment, scry 2. Vraska's Contempt, gain 2 life. So yeah, this feels to me like 3 mana is actually exile target creature at instant speed. They just haven't actually printed them yet. Drag Down, yeah. So basically, again, for 1 more mana, you can just simply get exile target creature with a bonus. This will stop under optimal circumstances -5/-5. Pay an extra mana and exile anything. That's its biggest problem. Honestly, I'm seeing more use for Savage Slasher and potentially Voices from the Void than Drag Down. Grixis Slave Driver? You know where you want Grixis Slave Driver? You want this in an Aristocrat stack. I know I keep bringing up Aristocrats. For those that don't know what Aristocrat stack is, the TLDR is sacrificing building your deck so you sacrifice creatures for fun and profit. Grixis Slave Driver. It's a 6 mana 4/4 that when it leaves the battlefield, so usually in an aristocrat stack, it's, the creature dies. Well, then you get a 2/2. Cool. I get 2 bodies out of 1 card. So I can sacrifice it once and then sacrifice the leftovers. But then if you unearth it, because that's a leave play trigger, if you unearth it, it comes back into play. You sacrifice it again, it's going to get exiled. But because the trigger is a leave play trigger and not a dice trigger, you're going to get another zombie that you can sacrifice again. So out of a single card, you end up with 4 bodies. Well, what am I sacrificing to? Let me just see a thing real quick. Yep. Okay. Again, let's go back to my mono black aristocrats list that's commons only. These first 2 rows are ways to sacrifice creatures. Bloodflow Connoisseur, you grow her by sacrificing creatures and putting +1/+1 counters on her. Carrion Feeders, same idea. Also Defiant Savager. Gibbering Bear, or Gibbering? I'm not sure. I think it's, I want to say Gibbering. Barricade, you sacrifice creatures to gain life and draw cards. Lampad of Death's Vigil, you sacrifice creatures to drain opponents for life. Plagued Rusalka, you sack creatures to shrink your opponent's creatures. Viscera Seer, you sack creatures to scry. These next few rows are stuff that you want to sacrifice. And then sacrifice because of me, these are more like, while the first couple of rows were stuff that you were sacrificing to and wanting to have a reason to sacrifice, these are payoffs for the sacrifice. Whenever another creature you control dies, you put a +1 counter on it. Whenever a player sacrifices a creature, put a counter on it. Whenever one or more permanents you control leave the battlefield, this triggers each time each time one or more things. So Wrath of God, or a similar effect, would see a bunch of things leaving at once, but it would be all at once. So it would scry one once. But if creatures are, dying one at a time, like for example, from being sacrificed, each time they die, you get to scry. Whoops, wrong one. Oh, here's another. This should have actually been in the sacrifice to me category. Sacrifice creature or planeswalker, gain life and draw a card. This, if a creature died this turn, which is easy to do by sacrificing, this is cheaper to cast. 1 mana for a 3/2 flying death touch, no big deal. Desperate Farmer will transform into Depraved Harvester, which is a 4/3 lifelink that you spent 3 mana to cast. And all it needed was a creature you controlled to die. Etc., etc., etc. Now, if you're not playing with just commons, you're going to have better reasons for stuff to die. But an aristocrat's deck wants stuff to die for fun and profit. And Grixis Slave Driver, again, a single card. You are getting 4 bodies out of it. worth it. In a deck like that, definitely worth it. Scepter or Fugue, again, in a format like Commander, would not play it. But again, this is because I think discard in general is a bad idea to build a deck around for Commander. Other formats, sure, go ahead. Do not mind one bit. But in general, I feel that discard is a bad deck idea to try and build around. There are ways to make it playable. There are ways to make it playable, and make it good. I don't believe Scepter or Fugue would be one of them. But if I'm doing stuff like that, again, I either want them to discard a bunch of cards at once, see the card Fugue, or something that hits everybody, see Siphon Mind. It needs to be worth actually playing. I think anything that makes somebody discard less than 3 cards, or doesn't hit the entire table is probably not worth playing, in my opinion. Corrupted Roots, 1 black, enchant forest or plains. Whenever enchanted land becomes tapped, its controller loses 2 life. Probably more worth playing than it first appears because of the ease of being able to drop Yavimaya Cradle of Growth into any deck. Like, even decks that are not playing green at all. Again, what I said earlier. Also see my mono blue deck that thinks it's a mono green deck also happens to run Yavimaya Cradle of Growth to trigger life gain out of life tap. So, I don't know if a card like this is worth playing. I think if you're looking for a bleed them dry kind of deck, you're probably playing a bunch of these effects, but I'm not sure Corrupted Roots. I don't know if Corrupted Roots does enough, but then again, if you're trying, like, if everybody's getting some, it might end up working out to the point where you're just you could put this in a deck with things like Underworld Dreams, and it's like, oh, you're doing, oh, oh no. I just realized that's a better deck than I thought. Had a friend / roommate, because most of my roommates over the last decade or so have been people that I've known, and have needed a roof over their head, so they end up moving in, etc., etc. And about 5 years ago, I think it was, I had this one guy living with me, and he built a deck that was based around, basically, every time somebody goes to do something, they're taking damage. At least I think I've got the right, I hope I got the right person in mind. I think I do. Anyway, every time you do something, you're taking damage. Oh, you're casting a spell. I mean, it was mono red, but you're casting a spell. Okay, take 2 damage. Oh, you're attacking with whatever. Take damage. Oh, you're drawing a card. Take damage. And it's like a couple of points here and there. But by the end of the game, all these little things had done up like 10, 15, 20 points of damage or more by themselves. And he hadn't even, this is not even counting attacking. So a card like Corrupted Roots can very easily, again, throw it into, even if you're playing mono black, throw a copy of Yavimaya in. then you get to throw Corrupted Roots on any, on any land. And it's like, dude, like people are just going to be dying left, right, and center. And keep in mind, if all these cards are doing like 20 damage to every player, and then you get people attacking each other anyway, they're going to start looking at their own life totals after like 10 turns or whatever. It's like, where did it all go? Well, this is half the problem. So, yeah. I know the card I'm thinking of. Spell Shock. Whenever a player casts a spell, this enchantment deals 2 damage to that player. Yeah, you build a deck. You build a deck around that premise. And yeah, you could probably reasonably do it in mono black and just have fun with it. Yoke of the Damned. You want a sorcery way to kill a creature, and you're playing aristocrats? Yoke of the Damned would be hilarious. You throw that on your opponent's, on your opponent's biggest threat. You sacrifice one of your creatures, and then you go, oh, by the way, my creature died, so that dies now too. What? And if you're playing aristocrats, chances are you've got enough bodies that you're willing to sacrifice. So if they go, well, I regenerate. Okay, in response, I sacrifice another one. Yeah. I think Yoke of the Damned might actually have to... Have you ever played a game where if you lose your deck? No. But when I started playing, there was a rule called ante. And basically you draw, you draw your opening hand. Mulligan rules were extremely different back then. You could only mulligan if you had all land or no land. If you had at least one land and one spell, you had to keep. But then the 8th card would go into the ante zone. And whoever won the game won both cards in the ante. This, within the first 3 or 4 years, got removed from... Not less removed from the rules and just not done. Because it was considered, people would be concerned with it falling afoul of the gambling rules. And as a result, it's like, well, we don't want to get in trouble for people gambling. So eventually they turned around and said, yeah, cards where you play for ante, you can't play them anymore. That being said, I do know of one format. Oh, one format. Wow, I just remember there's another one. There's $30 vintage, which comes to mind. And $30 vintage is you make a vintage legal deck. But at the time you make it, it has to be worth, $30 or less. And if somebody offers you $30 for your deck, you have to sell it to them. And you have to sell it for $30. The other one is a variant that you can throw on top of any other format, like any other format, any other game. And it's called Iron Man. And what Iron Man is if a card would be sacrificed or destroyed or exiled, you actually have to destroy the actual card. Like, okay. Well, $30 vintage is an actual format. Um, but Iron Man, if this, if this slip of paper was, let's say Black Lotus, for example, and I sacrificed Black Lotus for 3 mana to cast a spell, I would literally have to take my Black Lotus and rip it up in a tiny piece, rip it up. And this is actually part of the reason why, if you look into uncards, you have Black Lotus, where tap and sack at 3 of any color. But then in Unglued, they had Blacker Lotus, which was tap, tear this artifact into pieces, add 4 mana of any color, remove the pieces from the game. Because it was a thing that, people were saying, sacrifice it. Okay, I guess I have to. Fortunately, Black Lotus was not stupid expensive back then. It was expensive, but it was like a booster box of Revised, which was the most recent core set at the time, was in my area was like $75. So imagine a box of Foundations being, whatever it is. And Black Lotus was 300, so 4 booster boxes worth. So if a box of Foundations is, I don't know, I'm picking a vaguely reasonable number, let's say $200, then Black Lotus would be like 800, as opposed to like tens of thousands. Sidraxis Alchemist, I mentioned the color change cards earlier. If you're looking for a effect like Disperse on and basically if you're looking for a black mana war and you're willing to go through some kind of shenanigans, the problem with a liquid that can dissolve anything is finding something to carry it in. That's hilarious. If you're looking for some kind of, disperse effect and you're willing to go through some kind of shenanigans to make it work, again, Scuttlemutt, etc. Just make sure if you're doing that, you activate it before the Alchemist resolves, and then you'll get your trigger. For most of these effects, again, I'm assuming you're not going into a second color. I'm assuming, especially not going into the color that it mentions. But again, there's also ways of generating tokens that are the appropriate color without having to go into a second color. Again, Sarpadian Empires Volume 7 comes to mind. Making certain zombie tokens are black and blue, etc., etc., etc. Absorb this. I think the only real reason to play Absorb this, again, is the basic land cycling. You don't really play a card like this for the life drain. Not in Commander, you don't. Oh, that being said, you might actually have to. because the only other card you have access to that does basic land cycling is World Weary, which, in my opinion, is better. 5 mana, enchant creature, give -4/-4. But that being said, you're also playing black. Tutoring is an option. There are tutors that you can play that are relatively inexpensive. I think Inferno Tutor might be playable. Inferno Tutor. Yeah, it's like, it's $1 rare. Wonder. Really? The old border one is worth less than the modern frame. Interesting. If you can Inferno Tutor with a swamp, like a basic swamp still in your hand, this is 2 mana, fetch a swamp. There's other ways to pull that kind of stuff as well. I wouldn't worry too much about, you know, how much is Grim Tutor now? Okay, Grim Tutor is still not completely out of the realm of playability of. That's cool. Oh, Manifesto. So yeah, so for about $23, you get Grim Tutor as an option. This might be one of the rare times that I think it's okay to play cards like Dark Ritual and Cabal Ritual in Commander, is if you, for whatever reason, have a lower land count and you need to be able to hit that 3rd mana. I generally wouldn't recommend it. I would just increase my land count. But yeah. But there should be enough ways to search up your 3rd. Because if you can search up your 3rd land. But the thing is, even if you're doing that, why are you worrying about that when you can play cards like Expedition Map and variants thereof? So, absorb this, probably wouldn't bother. I don't think, I really, yeah, I don't think I would. And also, don't forget, fetch lands, you don't have to run the, the expensive ones that are like Verdant Catacombs and all that jazz. You can run, like, if you care about being able to find your lands, you can run the panoramas, you can run the Evolving Wilds and variants thereof. You can run is is not Escape Tunnel. Access Tunnel? Is that the one I'm thinking of? No, it's not Access Tunnel. What's the one I'm thinking of? It is Escape Tunnel I'm thinking of. No self-respecting criminal has basement with only one exit. Yeah. Infectious Horror. When this creature attacks, each opponent loses 2 life. I will point out, this doesn't have to even get to the point where your opponent can block it. And being able to hit everybody for 2 on a regular basis. Like, you do this, then you Maze of Ith your own creature and unattack with it. No big deal. Yeah, just keep doing that all the time. Yeah, do it some more. And your opponent's life totals are going to start draining, and it'd be like, how are you killing us like this? That's how. This plus Maze of Death. Enjoy. Next method. If you are playing a deck that cares about discard, if this ends up really being really good. The problem with Commander is A, it's really easy to draw a lot of cards, and B, it's really easy to have your hand full of cards beyond your beyond the standard maximum hand size of 7. So this where this ends up it like the obvious thing is I target one person, I hit them with a bunch of remove, a bunch of discard effects, and if you get this down to having, like, if you get them down to having 4 cards in hand, this is now a 3/3. And anything less than that, it's better. But they have to have 4 cards in hand for this to be okay. The other way to make use of this is the fact that when it's in your graveyard, it's a 7/7. Because those abilities only matter if it's on the battlefield. If it's not on your battlefield, it's a 7/7. So what if you can exile cards from your graveyard and use that power and toughness Sutured Ghoul. As it enters, exile any number of creature cards from your graveyard. Has power and toughness equal to the sum of the power and toughness of the cards you exiled. So if you exile Nixithid from your graveyard to Sutured Ghoul, it's going to be a 7/7 plus whatever other power and toughness you also exile. Dredge decks back in the day used to be based around cards with an effect like this. No. Color. What? Oh, there we go. Varl's the Scar Striped. Okay, scavenge cost. Oh yeah. Each creature in your graveyard has scavenge. Scavenge cost is equal to its mana cost. So, exile creature card from your graveyard and pay its mana cost, colon, put a number of +1/+1 counters equal to that creature's power on target creature. Scavenge only is a sorcery. In other words, Varl's says that you can pay 3 mana and exile Nixithid from your graveyard to put 7 +1/+1 counters on one of your creatures. So, again, another card to make use of its power and toughness from not being in play. So, if you're looking to play, if you want something, if you don't care about, like if you care about a big creature in your opponent's graveyard, or sorry, a big creature in your graveyard, that you can get out for cheap, like this. Hunted Horror also falls into that same category. 2 mana for a 7/7 with, a 7/7 trample. When it enters, target opponent creates 2 3/3 green creature centaur tokens with protection from black. So you attack, and if they if they block with both, they take 1, and the centaurs live. But if this ever ends up hitting the graveyard, well, suddenly you've got a 2 mana 7/7 creature that you can sacrifice and put 7 +1 counters on something, etc., etc. So, yeah. Less interested in doing less interested in going the discard route with this. More interested in making use of the fact that it's cheap and really big. When it's not in play. Extractor Demon. 6 mana for 5/5 flare. Whenever another creature leaves the battlefield, you may have target player mill 2 cards. And then it's God Unearth. So, if you were looking for a payoff for an aristocrat style deck, Extractor Demon. Cool. I sacrifice 10 creatures. I'm going to make you mill 20 cards. Wait, what? Again, it's God Unearth. You can bring it back and do more. Rotting Rats. 2 mana zombie rat. When it enters, each player discards a card. That includes yourself. If you're playing this card, before you cast it, have an idea of what you want to discard, and ideally, why. Again, it unearths. Kederekt Parasite. Again, color shenanigans. Figure that out. You're now looking at black-red. There's cards in Lorwyn Eclipsed that make black-red zombie token, or not zombie, goblin tokens. Whenever an opponent draws a card, if you control red permanent, you may have this creature deal 1 damage to that player. Red cards. Ignite Disorder. Red card that works really good against white or blue. Only hits creatures, but you take 3 damage and you split up however you want amongst white and or blue creatures. Keep in mind, it can be like a white-green creature and like 2 blue-black creatures. Cool, you each take 1. Or you can take all 3 and fire it off at a blue-red creature. Are you at least blue or at least white? If yes, cool. You can be targeted. Again, wouldn't mind somebody playing some amount of these. But again, my issue with cards like this is how easy it is, especially when you're not looking at just commons, to find red cards that can just out and out destroy a creature. So, there's that. I would rather spend my early turns doing like a bit of, filtering for stuff, putting up some kind of roadblocks, stopping people from doing stuff I don't like, and then go, cool, I'm at 4 mana, kill it. How much are you doing to it? I'm not, kill it. But it's destroy, kill it. 4 or 5 mana, be ready for me to just go, I don't want you having that, kill it. But again, that's a me thing. Wandering Goblins, Wandering Goblins was okay. Because the worst this was like 3:, +1/+0 till end of turn, which not great, but also keep in mind that's colorless mana, or I should say a colorless cost. That is fairly easy to reduce. I think Hearthstone, not Hearthstone, Hearthstone. Yeah, activate abilities, creatures cost 1 less to activate, can't, yada yada yada. So you have a Hearthstone out, and this now costs 2 to activate. You have any other card that does something similar, and now it's 1 mana to activate. And because this is not black and this is not green, again, really easy to make this go. I pay 3 mana to give +3/+0 till end of turn, which is actually quite a bit. With Hearthstone out, it's 2 mana to do that. With any other effect that does the same sort of thing, yeah, you can be swinging for many lots of damage pretty quickly just by, having somebody having a Yavimaya in play and somebody having an Urborg in play. And they don't have to be you. You just have to be affected by it. Molten Frame, very meh on this, because it only hits artifact creatures. I'm aware that, I'm looking at Joven and Chandler as, as possible generals, and I think I went with, I went with Joven, which only hits artifact creatures, but I went with a nicer option. And if there was one that was just, that was common, that was just destroy target artifact, I would have played that instead. But Molten Frame, Shatter, even during the time of Alpha Beta Unlimited Revised 4th Edition, was considered expensive, considering we already had, Crumble was around the corner in Antiquities, and we already had Disenchant, which for the same cost and also at instant speed, but in white instead of red, artifact or enchantment. Shatter was just destroy target artifact. Now you're saying destroy target artifact creature, so putting an additional restriction on it, and so we can get cycling too. Yeah, no, dog, not worth it. Commander, yeah, no. Because nowadays, I can't remember the number card. ID equal red. Oh, destroy target artifact. Mana value equal 1. Oh, there's multiple options now. Smelt. Smelt came out in M13, which would be... This is when? So 4 years later. And then we eventually got Raise the Effigy as an option. And if you're also willing to go to sorcery, you also get Gleeful Demolition, Deface, Reckless Airstrike. Shattering Spree saw a lot of... It still sneaks into Vintage every so often. And Legacy, for that matter. Just no. We can already pay 1 mana for destroy target artifact. Some of them even as instants. Why are you playing Molten Frame? And don't tell me because it's a cycling 2. There's better options for cycling 2. Toxic Iguanar. 1 mana for 1/1 has Death Touch as long as you control green permanent. Again, not hard to find a green permanent. When to throw into a mono red deck, in some shape or form. I don't know what it would be. You know what? Let me let me pull up set ECL red and green. Okay, is it green and red? Nope. Okay. All right. I want to be off here in about an hour in an hour and a half. Wow. But yeah, Toxic Iguana. Again, there's ways to make green tokens in a mono red deck. If you're really that interested, look them up. Or other ways of getting red stuff or green stuff. Canyon Minotaur. This was Hill Giant with a different name. It's been, if you're playing Minotaur Tribal, you might end up having to use this as filler. But honestly, I don't even think you need to. Dark Temper. If you're able to produce black tokens, and yeah, Lorwyn Eclipsed is making black red goblins. So doing that, you know, if you've got a couple of those floating around, then Dark Temper is literally red now gets murder at an easier cost as long as you've got an appropriate color permanent in play. So yes, Dark Temper. If you're playing with cards that can give you black tokens or black black permanents of some description somehow, yeah, Dark Temper is suddenly murder. Maniacal Rage. I think Maniacal Rage made it into Squee. I know I was looking at it. No. No. No, did not make it. Definitely a consideration. Did not make it. Because the thing is, with Squee, this is my commander that's getting enchantments thrown out so I can attack. I don't care about blocking. I care about attacking. So Maniacal Rage, yeah, that's nice. Don't care. It's 2 mana to give +2/+2. What I did find though was I could do better. Like for example, +2/+1 in Menace, +2/+2 in Haste with Goblin Warpaint, +3/+0 in First Strike for Lightning Tones. Oh, that's a 3 mana card. +3/+0 in Menace. +3/+0 in Trampo takes a point of damage, but that's fine. I don't care because by the time I cast Tolanali's Crown, it's probably got something else onto it. Yeah, shrug. But yeah, if you're looking to build a deck along the lines of my Squee deck, Maniacal Rage is perfectly fine for a deck like that. Just keep in mind what you're looking for the first thing that you want are auras that can somehow recur themselves. If you can't get that, your next best option are ones that somehow draw you a card. Because you want to be able to keep, and then, some way to recur them somehow. Blood Hollows. If you've got this in play, and you happen to have permanents that are both black and green, especially if it's the same permanent somehow, you're getting the ability to put 2+1 counters on this every turn. This can get really freaking big, really freaking fast. Not even funny. And, you know, if your if your general is, if your general is Jund and your general is out and you play this on your first upkeep, this is going to get 2+1/+1 counters. And when I say Jund, I mean like in the actual mana cost. Not the ability text, not the rules text or whatever. It has to be in the actual mana cost. Or have a color identity logo thingy here over on the left that says, "Hey, by the way, I'm actually this." I forget what they call that. Actually, you know what? Last open set. That's not what I'm looking for. Okay. Yeah, I can't remember what it's called. But some cards have got that little thing over here on the left side that's a certain color scheme that indicates, hey, by the way, I'm these colors. Just so you can see what I'm actually talking about. This guy, Rograk, son of Rogach, he's got this red logo here, right beside where it says legendary creature. I forget what that's called. But anyway. So yeah, the first turn, he's going to get 2+1 counters on it. The next turn, he's going to get 2 more. The next turn, he's going to get 2 more. So after after he's been played 2 turns, he's already a 5/5 that costs you 1 mana. Also, if you're playing green, you get to play with all the hardened scales effects. And if you get to play, if you're playing green-black, I don't know of any that are in mono-black, but if you're playing green-black, you then additionally get all the ones that are like Winding Constrictor. And my ear is starting to annoy me. So, yeah. Don't even worry about Ooze Tribal and shenanigans like that. Just tossing this into... If you want a small creature that can grow really big, really fast, and even grow decently from... grow decently even if you're just playing one color. But if you're playing... if you're playing red-green and you want an aggro creature, Bloodhaul Ooze is going to get there very fast. Hellspark Elemental, you play this if you're looking for Ball Lightning effects. 2 mana, 3/1, Trample Haste, beginning of the end step, you sack it. But it's got Unearth, so it can come back, come back later. You really want this when you're playing with cards like Torbrand and Fiery Emancipation and stuff of that nature. Do not consider this a creature. Consider cards like this spells. This is Lightning Strike that happens to have a body attached. However, because it is technically a creature, you can do extra damage when you have stuff like Pandemonium in play. But in general, no, this is... Consider these spells. Fiery Fall. I mentioned Fiery Fall earlier. Bring it because I kind of have to in the deck in question. Because I want the basic land cycling and because it's removal. Again, I don't generally recommend cards of the... I don't generally recommend Fiery Fall because 6 mana just to do 5 to a creature is kind of a lot. You are running this because it has basic land cycling. Ideally, you want mountain cycling. And if you're looking at mountain cycling, Oliphant does it for 1. Most of the rest of these, it looks like all the rest of these do it for 2. Yeah, all the rest of these do it for 2. But you run Fiery Fall if you're, if you really need to make sure you get all your colors online early enough. But honestly, why you shouldn't need to run basic land cycling. You shouldn't need to run basic land cycling unless like honestly, if your mana base is iffy, if your mana base is iffy, then sure. But you really shouldn't need like a red card to like in limited, sure, these are great because your mana base is iffy. You are running pretty much strictly on basic lands, maybe 1 or 2 mana, 1 or 2 cards that can actually fix that. But yeah, nah, just don't. You're playing unless you've got an actual reason for doing it. I wouldn't. I think they're more of a trap and more of a handicap thing, especially when there's all these common dual lands of every color combination, like every dual color that you need. Just grab mountain cycling or whatever instead. Voracious Dragon, you really want 5 mana for 4/4 flyer, which is not terrible. It's all it's a dragon, so you get the dragon synergies like Crucible, Fire, and stuff. Devourer 1. As it enters, you can sacrifice any number of creatures, and then you put a +1 counter on it for each creature it devoured, i.e., for each creature sacrificed this way. If it's got Devourer 2, then it gets 2 +1 counters for each creature it ate, etc. When it enters, so that's after the Devour has kicked in, it deals damage to any target equal to twice the number of goblins that devoured. If it eats, let's say, 6 goblins, it's going to look at its chosen target, and that might be you. Yes, you. No, not you. You. No, not you. 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 And taking 12. It does say any target, so it can be, and back in the day it said creature or player. Again, the rules for Planeswalkers, at that point, you had to deal the damage to the person that controlled the Planeswalker, and then say, on resolution, I'm dealing it to your Planeswalker. They eventually changed that, because a lot of people were just shortcutting it to, I deal damage to your Planeswalker, and it's like, well, we might as well change the rules to make sure it actually matches what people are actually saying. Which is one of the things I like about Magic. They don't force the rules. They don't force players to follow the rules. They're willing to change the rules to follow what the players are doing. Which I appreciate. And so eventually they turned around and said, hey, by the way, they eventually routed it, or oracled it to say, any target. And the only permanent type that's come out since then that can also be hit is battles. And it's like there were so few things that, like, nothing affects battle. Like, there's not really stuff that can target battles specifically. Like, how many things actually affect battles? I'm gonna hate myself for this, because there's gonna be a bunch of cards that have the name battle in it that aren't actually battles. Ruh-roh. But once everything that said creature or player, once everything that said creature or player had been, thank you. What? Oh. Pff. Okay. Rule out anything that's got the word battlefield. That explains why I ran out of trouble. I'm like, how'd you... Yeah, now we're down to 58. Battle cry. Okay. Release date. Thank you. Oh, yeah. And then not reprint. Okay. See you, Shamanucci. Shamanucci. Okay. In its name, battle cry, 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 battle cry. In its name, battle cry. In its name, battle cannon. So in the ability, battle cry. In the ability, battle cry, battle cry. So set greater, sorry, date greater than 1. Come on. Son of a biscuit, really? Nugget, biscuit, nugget and biscuit, nugget, biscuit, nugget and biscuit, nugget, biscuit, nugget and biscuit. Dip them in mashed potatoes. Holy cow. I just want to trim my search, people. Wow. Okay, fine. Okay, fine, whatever. In its name, Battlecry, Final Act. and its ability, Battlecry, Zergo and Ojutai, Rankle and Torburn, Rampaging Geoderm, Joyful Storm Sculptor, Invasion of Vergamon because Trigger Cliff Charger does, Wildwood Escort, War Historian, Tandem Takedown, Portent Tracker, Doomscar Warrior, Cosmic Hunger, and Atraxas Fall, War Train Slasher, Volcanic Spite, Thrashing Frontliner, Shatter the Source, Rampaging Raptor, Onake Javelineer, Nahiri's Warcrafting, Invasion of Rengatha, Into the Fire, Furnace Rains, Beamtown Beatstick, Traumatic Revelation, Flitting Gorilla. Here's the thing, most of these came out of March of the Machines. Literally, the majority of this came... Actually, if it wasn't for March of the Machines, it's basically Final Act. Yeah. Final Act, and everything else came from March of the Machines because they didn't exist yet. Anywho, yeah, March of the Machines and Final Act from Modern Horizons 3 Commander. And that's it. So, they left it. Because unless we end up getting more battles, it's not worth changing the Oracle text for a couple dozen cards. Rakamar, if you have a vaguely reasonable reason to play it, play it. It makes hasty tokens. It makes hasty tokens every turn. And the fun part is if you have Intruder Alarm out, or if somebody has Intruder Alarm, it's literally red : make it 3/3 hasty elemental. Yeah. Because every time one comes into play, you want to tap all creatures, which includes Rakamar. And you just go make a bunch of 3/1s and go roar. Goblin Raised Runners. 4 mana for 3/4, which is not terrible. Pay 2, sack a land, put a +1 counter on it. At the beginning of your end step, you may have this creature deal damage equal to the number of +1 counters on it to target player or planeswalker. The funny thing is, the +1 counters for its last ability can be from anything. It doesn't have to have been from the counters that, you don't have to sack lands. You could just get them, put the counters on from other means. Finding themselves in a new and unexplored world, they immediately set it on fire. Sounds about right. Volcanic Fallout. Again, 2 damage to each creature and each player. It's going to make there's going to be use for it. 3 mana instant speed is kind of nice. Can't be countered. Cute bonus. 2 damage to each creature and each player. It does affect stuff that flies as well, which is not not normal for red. Also hits the players at the same time, which is cool. So I think this is if you're trying to work on like a burn deck, this is actually a card that's worth playing because 3 mana hitting hitting everybody for 2 is going to help. The fact that it's 2 damage to each creature, including flyers, it's going to sweep up a lot of a lot of goblin tokens, elf tokens, sapling tokens, squirrel tokens, zombie tokens, etc., tokens. So it might actually be worth playing in more decks. Banefire. X damage to any target. It's basically your typical blaze, i.e. single target fireball. But effects is 5 or more, can't be countered, and damage can't be prevented. You want to dump as much mana as you can into this at any time. Again, to me, this is not for killing creatures, because if you're spending more than 3 mana to kill a creature, why aren't you just using Aftershock et al? And if you're spending 5 or more, why aren't you running Fissure, Aftershock, Lava Flow, Introduction to Annihilation, etc. instead? Can't be countered, and the spell can't be, and damage can't be prevented. Okay, that's nice. But to me, this is I have a bunch of mana. I'm firing it at your face. That's why you play cards like that, to finish somebody off. Green cards. Well, Leotao, 4 mana for 5/4. To me, nowadays that's called Tuesday. Even a creature type cat, yeah, nowadays that's called Tuesday. But at the beginning of your upkeep, sack unless you pay green. No, don't. Macariateers, parent toughness seeks to equal the number of basic land types among lands you control. Considering this is the color that's most easily able to turn around and say, hey, by the way, all my lands are all basic land types. This is very easily in mono green, a 3 mana 5/5. But it's just a 3 mana 5/5. It doesn't have trample, it doesn't have vigilance, it doesn't have reach, it doesn't have anything. It's a 3 mana 5/5. It's a reasonable creature, but it doesn't do anything else. You're playing green. You can do better. Nakato Savage, 2 mana for a 2/1 with protection from artifacts. Will point out that also means it cannot be equipped. Incredibly difficult to equip something to a creature you do not control. Incredibly difficult. And you're not really going to come across needing protection from artifacts otherwise. So I would say in most decks, this is a pass. Do you need a 2 mana cat? Maybe. The big thing here is protection from artifact creatures. So, maybe. Ember Weaver, 2 mana, 2/3, with reach, which is, considering we're used to seeing green +3, like historically, green +3 for 2/4 with reach. Giant Spider, Giant Mantis, similar cards. To start off with, save 1 mana and only lose a point of toughness. That's actually a good starting point. As long as you control red permanent, see what I said before about color changing, +1/+0 and first strike. So if you get this able to work, then this is now a 3/3 first strike for 3 mana. I like that. I like it. I like it a lot. You just have to find. But the funny thing is, the red permanent can come online later, and suddenly this goes. Oh, by the way, I'm bigger now and I'm more annoying. Yeah, worth playing. I would probably play that in most decks, even if I didn't have. I would probably play. I'd probably play that in a spider deck fairly easily. I wouldn't mind playing that in some decks that didn't, even if I didn't have easy ways to produce red permanents. Might of Alara, again, you need domain to make this vaguely playable. You're also playing green, so Yavimai is not going to help you. Um, but again, you're playing green, so Prismatic Omen, Prismatic Omen, Dryad of the Illicit Grove, etc., etc. Actually, Ara? Alright. What do you... Okay, literally, Dryad of the Illicit Grove, Prismatic Omen. That's a pretty one. And Leyline of the Guild Pact. Oh, surprisingly, you're a lot less expensive than I remember you being. Oh well. Um, but yeah, you get one of those in play. Might of Alara starts being from meh up to like really freaking good. But what are you playing a giant growth effect for? You play giant growth effect most of the time if you're looking to kill somebody in a single turn. Uh, but that's best in a 1v1 format, not generally in Commander. Would probably pass on that. I would actually bring Ember Weaver in terms of playability up over Might of Alara. Clefrummer Behemoth 5/3 has haste or lifelink as long as you control a red or white permanent, depending on which ability you're looking at. I'm more interested in white permanent because white or green is not known for getting lifelink. Uh, so if you are able to pull it all off for 4 mana, you get a 5. Like for 4 mana for 5/3, that's not bad. In green, I think like double green +2, you should be able to get a 5/5 fairly easily. But suddenly turning around and going, hey, by the way, haste, just because they control something red, or lifelink just because they control something white. Basically, I think if you can get either of these to, I mean, I was going to say trigger, but they're not triggered abilities. But if you can get either of these to kick in, I think this ends up being really good. Spore Burst, make a sapling for each basic land type among lands you control. Again, I think with 2 basic land types, it's fine. Seeds from Jen don't drift gently on the wind. They get up and stampede. That's hilarious. 3, yeah. I think I really want 3, which means I want to be running Urborg, Tomb of Yawgmoth, and I need another basic land type in there somehow to actually make it worth playing. Just because 4 mana for 2 1/1 tokens is really meh. To make it worth a consideration at all in a situation like that, I want Doubling Season or some similar effect in play. Something that can double my tokens. But a lot of those are white, and if you're playing that, then suddenly, why am I worrying? I've got 2 basic land types more than likely anyway. And if somebody's got an Urborg now, I'm paying 4 mana, getting 3 saplings, I'm much, much happier. Beacon Behemoth, 5 mana for 5/3. that you can pay 1 to give a creature vigilance till end of turn, which can be itself or another creature. Also, it doesn't say it has to be a creature you control, so keep that in mind when you're doing stuff like this. Filigree Fracture. Destroy 1 extra mana over Naturalize, but if that permanent was blue or black, you draw a card. Okay. This is one of the kind of cards where you know, I'm not completely unhappy paying 3 mana for Naturalize. I'm not thrilled with it, but I'm not unhappy. Especially if what I'm blowing up is more than 3 mana. You know, if it's like a 7 mana artifact or, you know, an 8 mana enchantment, which occasionally happens, see Lorwyn Eclipsed. Then yeah, sure. 3 mana, kill it. And oh, by the way, you know, or like a card advantage engine like Phyrexian Arena. If it's blue or black, draw a card. Cool. Yeah, I would say that's worth playing. Sylvan Bounty, you don't need this for the basic land cycling. There's better ways to gain 8 life. If you are playing this, ask yourself why. You're playing green, why do you need basic land cycling? As much as I don't like them, run Rampant Growth, which will put the land into play instead. Or Land Grant, which is 1 less mana and puts it in your hand. Or Nyssa's Bounty, I think it was. I forget what the actual name of the card, which can potentially put 3/4 in your hand. Etc., etc., etc. No, you don't need this. Like, this is not a needed card in Commander. Would much prefer this or these last 3, or Filigree Fracture, over Might of Old Crows and Sylvan Bounty. Thornling, anytime you come across a Morphling variant, they're going to be fun at least. 5 mana for 4/4 that you can pay green to give haste, which you're only going to ever need once most of the time. Trample or Indestructible. These two being huge. And swapping power and toughness around. Making this into a 7/1 is not, is not nothing. Especially if you can give it Trample and Indestructible at the same time. Yeah, worth playing. Scattershot Archer. Being able to shoot down creatures with flying, like, it's 1 mana. It's a 1 mana elf. That's a 1/2 that can just start pinging down creatures with flying. Honestly, throw Basilisk Color on this SOB. Watch him just shoot down hordes of dragons. Just bam, 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 bam. One shot, all the dragons that are in there die. And this is also where you want cards like Towering Viewpoint to throw stuff in the air for him to shoot down. Yeah, play that in any deck where you're looking at killing, where you're looking at like an elf deck, play it. Or anything where you've got something along the lines of Basilisk Color. In my Commons Only deck, I run Venomous Fangs for effects like this. And just eat all the dragons. Shard Convergence. You play this to search up lands that are not, I was going to say lands that are not forest. Lands that have a basic land type other than forest. So, you can search up forests with these as long as they also have another basic land type. You get up to 4 because you're not looking for forest, you're looking for plains, island, swamp, and mountain. And this is why the name of this says the way it is, Shard Convergence. Reveal them, put them in your hand, then shuffle. So these lands are going to your hand, so you're going to hit land drops for the next couple of turns. I would say if you're playing 3 color, i.e. green plus 2 other, this is fine. Yeah, and if you're playing, say, green-red, for example, you know, you have the ability to pull out Stomping Ground because it's a mountain, because it has the mountain type. It also has the forest type. That's a bonus. But it lets you pull up a green source that way. So if you need more green sources, use your mountain to pull up a green source. Gluttonous Slime. 3 mana for 2/2 with Flash and Devour 1. Wait until you've got some like random saplings in play or whatever. Or somebody does something like I cast Volcanic Fallout, and in response you go, cool, I'll flash in my gut in the slime. I'll eat these, you know, these 5 creatures that would die to it anyway. And I'll come into play as a 7/7 that cost me 3 mana. Have a nice day. Bye. So yeah, in response to some kind of damage-based wrath effect, Gluttonous Slime ends up being really good. Tukatong Salad. 1 mana for 1/1 when it dies to make a sapling. This is basically your Doom Traveler, etc. For green. That you're for something like this, you are looking at a mono green aristocrats deck, and you want to look at a mono green aristocrats. Ask Tomer from MTG Goldfish for his opinion on how to build it and stuff like that, or you know, check their previous commander clashes. Paleolith, 6 mana for a 5/5. Whenever another creature you control power 5 or greater enters, you may return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Keep in mind, you can start getting 5 power fairly cheap. Like, the cheapest I can think of off the top of my head is you know, no. I was going to say triple green, but I just realized triple green is a 4/5. No, it was green, red, white, 4/5/4. But I cannot think of a cheaper. I know you can get them for 4. I wonder. ID equal green, power greater than 4, mana value less than 4. I can't think of one off the top of my head. Biograph. Yeah, lots of stuff that has additional costs or dies soon. Lovestruck Beast on a technicality. Oh yeah, Pugnacious Hammer Skull. That's actually workable. Oh yeah, Regal Imperiosaur. I completely forgot about this. 3 mana for 5/4 that gives all your other dinosaurs +1/+1. Wow, huge. Steel Leaf Champion. Yep, forgot about you. Yeah, okay. There's some playable ones that are like 3 and 4 mana, or 3 mana, a couple of 2, depending on how you build your deck, etc., etc. Okay. And so you can actually get this to happen a fair bit. And then Soul's Majesty, draw power is equal to the power of target creature you control. For 5 mana as a sorcery. Real, like, I'm less thrilled with this, because Return of the Wild Speaker exists. Which is basically the same as an instant, but it only works for non-humans. If you are playing humans, or if or some of your humans are bigger than your other stuff, then Return of the Wild Speaker is less good. On the other hand, if you're not really playing with humans, Return of the Wild Speaker, you should be going there first. But if you need another copy of that kind of effect, you also got Soul's Majesty. So, it's not bad. ID equal gold minus color gold. We are in the home stretch. I'm going to try and get through the last bit in about 45 minutes. I'm only going to get through, I think, 3 rows for this. Cillian Sunsinger. Not really. I was going to say not really playable, but it's still fine. It's a, it's a Naya elf. 1 green plus 1 for a 2/2. Pay Naya to give it each other creature with the same name. It's not going to have another creature with the same name in play. +3/+3 till end of turn. So pay 3 mana, give it +3/+3 till end of turn. Which means if you can pay it once, it's it's dealing, it's being handled as a 5/5, which is actually pretty decent. And there's going to be times when you've just got extra mana floating around and you're sitting there going, I don't know what to do with all this. Somebody messaged me. I just got. Oh, okay, Mom. Craniosaurus. Craniosaurus I really like. 5 mana for 5/2, which sounds meh, but pay white and 1. Give it +0/+3 till end of turn. You pay that once, it's a 5/5, which is fine. But you pay it a second time, it's a 5/8. And if you're looking at a Toughness Matters deck of any sort, it's going to be doing combat stuff as an 8/8 at that point. Yeah, you see how this goes. Dreadwing, black to cast for a 1/1 zombie. Meh. But, I mean, zombie synergies, they exist. And a 1 mana zombie is never terror bad. Pay red plus blue plus 1, +3/+0 and flying till end of turn. So suddenly you have a 4/1 flying zombie. People do not expect zombies to jump up in the air and go, hey, mine. So if you're in a Grixis zombies, well, if you're in a Grixis deck and you need a cheap creature, it's not bad. If you're in a Grixis zombies deck, this is even more hilarious. Sakellum Archers. 1 green plus 2 for a 2/3 elf archer. Pay red and white and tap it. 2 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. I don't know. You may or may not have been here last. Was it a couple of days ago when I did Lorwyn? Yeah, I think it was during Lorwyn Eclipsed that I mentioned this is a common wording to see on cards. Or I should say on older cards. And I was glad to see them do something other than attacking or blocking creature. I think it was target tapped creature I saw. I appreciate seeing something other than damage to target attacking or blocking creature. This is part of the reason why. Red white tap 2 damage target attacking or blocking creature. The problem is a lot of the time you want to kill something that's not currently in combat. So I'm less enthused by that. Scornful Etherlich. 1 blue plus 3 for a 2/4. Paying white and black give it fear and vigilance till end of turn. So it doesn't tap to attack, and fear means it can only be blocked by black or artifact creatures. I.e., is the creature black? No. Is the creature an artifact creature? Nope. Can't block this. Can't block this. Okay. But yeah, it's where do I want you? Where do I want you? I don't know if there's a good spot for you that I can think of off the top of my head. Again, I'm trying to go through these quickly because I've got something I want to be looking into in about half an hour. So I'm trying to rapid fire through these. Good luck with that. But, I mean, doesn't mean I think Scornful Etherlich is bad. I just don't know what I would do with it. And the biggest problem is fear. A, black is a really commonly played color. B, artifact creatures happen sometimes just completely by accident. What can you do? How many people do you know that are playing, I don't know, um, Solemn Simulacrum, just because they want, land fetch and draw a card. You know, or what's the fox? Cloud, no, Clockwork. Was Clockwork Fox something else? Yeah, Clockwork Fox. One of my favorite commons. 3 mana for a 3/2 creature. As an artifact creature, that's really good. When it leaves the battlefield, you draw 2 cards and each opponent draws a card. Love this card. It's even funnier. Not recommending this, but it's even funnier if you're playing the kind of person that plays with stuff like Underworld Dreams that penalizes people for drawing extra cards, and you go, hey, by the way, I'm going to draw 2 cards. You guys are all going to draw an extra card. It's not even May. You're going to draw extra cards and take damage for it. Enjoy. But yeah, there's so many artifact creatures that get just randomly played just accidentally, incidentally. That's not that much of a drawback anymore. Used to be more so, not anymore. Flesh Former. 1 black plus 2 for a 2/2 human wizard. Meh. For Wooburg. What? Wooburg. This gets +2/+2 and gains fear till end of turn. Target creature gets -2/-2 till end of turn. I will point out, technically speaking, the way this is worded, you can target the Flesh Former with both halves of the ability and spend Wooburg, and that result only give it fear. Not saying you should. I'm saying it's legal. Yeah. I don't see it. If you want this kind of ability, there's much more efficient ways of pulling that off. That only require, 3 colors or less. Quenchable Fire. Quenchable Fire, such a weird card because of its wording, you need to play red and blue in the same deck to be able to play it. Your general can allow you could splash for blue and just for this card, but you need red and blue. 4 mana, 3 damage target player or planeswalker. Does an additional 3 damage to them at the beginning of your next upkeep unless that player or that planeswalker's controller pays blue by that point. Like before. So before your upkeep, you have to be able to pay blue mana for me to not to deal an extra. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you tap out? Sorry, not sorry. Yeah. So 6 damage for 4 mana is not unreasonable. You just have to know how to pick your battles. And the funny thing is, because of the way Magic works, you basically cannot activate abilities, including mana abilities, i.e. abilities that generate mana, i.e. you can't tap lands for mana, as far as I'm aware, on your untap step. During quenchable. I'm wondering if a player can pay the Okay. Pretty sure the answer to the question is no, you cannot do that during untap. I'll get an answer shortly. Darklit Gargoyle. I always kind of like Darklit. I don't think Darklit Gargoyle is good, but I've always kind of liked it. You basically get to pay a black to turn it into a 3/1 flyer till end of turn, which is not bad. you know, um, it's basically a white. It's basically a white artifact storm. Oh, what is it? Stormcrow that you can make into a 3/1 till end of turn. If you've got something else to pump it, then yes, you can pump it further. But yeah, um, I think I'm just gonna leave the rest of the gold colors now. Uh, Stuff that actually is gold. Um, some of these are gonna be cycles. We'll go through the cycles real fast. Valoran Outlander. Basically these are 2 mana for 2 colored, like 2 colored mana for 2/2 with protection from a color. They're perfectly good. Do you or do you not? Okay, you do not. So that's one cycle. I don't see any other cycles that jump out at me real fast. Okay, again, only going to do a couple rows here. Vectus Agents, 5 mana for a 4/3 human rogue that you can pay black and blue to basically make it a 2/3, but unblockable this turn, which is going to be really good if you're looking for rogue synergies and are pushing onto dealing damage. Like, you care about dealing damage and less about how much damage is dealt, then you want a card like Vectus Agents. Suicidal Charge, 5 mana, enchantment. Sack it to force creatures your opponents control to attack this turn if able, but all their creatures get -1/-1. So that's always fun to like mop the board of a bunch of small stuff. And on top of everything else, like this is a way to prevent damage in Rakdos. Not easily, but you can prevent a fair amount of damage that way. Esper Cormorants, 1 black, 1 blue, +2 for a 3/3 flyer. Back in the day, it was fine in limited, but honestly, you're playing Commander. No player receives priority. Okay. So, yes, you do not get priority during untap. I was pretty sure of that. Uh, so yeah, that's not a thing you can do. Okay. Goblin Outlander, we already know about. Shambling Remains, 1 black +1 red +1 for a 4/3 that can't block but has Unearth. Honestly, if you're playing a zombie deck or a horror deck and you're in at least Rakdos, this is actually pretty good. 3 mana for 4/3 that can't block is actually pretty decent, and it can come back by itself, which can, which in and of itself can then enable other stuff. Sludge Strider, 1 of each Esper +1 for 3/3. And whenever another artifact you control enters or leaves the battlefield, you can pay 1 to drain somebody for 1. Keep in mind, you only get to activate this once per... Like, this is not an activate ability. This is a triggered. So when this ability goes to resolve, you can only pay 1. However, it does it for each artifact, each other artifact that enters or leaves. So, if you have nothing else to do with it, you can sack a treasure, let this ability resolve, then use the mana from the treasure to pay for the 1 and drain somebody for a point. Enjoy. Yeah, if you like making people, like I said, if you like making people drip their life away, yeah. Jessamine Baumgiver, one white, one blue, one other for 1/1 human cleric. Tap to prevent a damage that would be dealt to any. So tap prevent one damage to any target, or tap target creature can't be blocked this turn. If you're playing this card, I would say you're largely playing it for this target, making target creature unblockable. 3 mana for 1/1 sounds like a lot, but when you can make any creature unblockable, that's huge. You have two choices: heed my advice now or need my healing later. Vagrant Plowbeast, 1 green, 1 white, 5 other for 6/6. Pay 1, regenerate target creature power 5 or greater. Are you playing white, green, and have a use for 6/6? Put this. Do you need a fill slot? Throw this in your deck. I'm just saying. You need a fill slot? Throw this in your deck. The worst it is 7 mana 6/6 that can regenerate itself. If you have any other creatures that get bigger, this starts gaining popularity. I'm telling you. Colorless. We have Mana Force Mace. A quick creature gets +1/+1 for each basic land type among lands you control. 4 to cast, 3 to equip. I would say you need 3 basic lands for this to actually be remotely worth it. Basic land types, that is. Again, not hard to come up with basic land types when you are looking at, if you're playing non-green and non-black. You're playing mono red, let's say. You throw Urborg in, or somebody's got an Urborg out. You throw Yavimaya in, or somebody's got Yavimaya out, and suddenly Mana Force Mace ends up being reasonable. If somebody's got, I don't know, whatchamacallit, like if you also add blue to the mix, or white to the mix. If you have basically if Yavimaya and Urborg are both out, regardless of whose they are, and you're playing at least two of the colors that are in Naya, or not Naya, Jeskai, then this ends up getting really, this, now you're getting +4/+4. And if you're playing Naya strictly, and the two of them are out, cool. You've hit, or, alternatively, you're playing mono green and you've got, Dryad of the Illicit Grove or something of that nature out. Then suddenly it's like, hey, by the way, +5/+5, enjoy. Obelisk of Alara. Obelisk of Alara is. I wish they'd flip the order of the first two abilities. So, I'm going to read this in a different way than the way it's listed. Blue and one, tap, draw 1 card and discard 1. Black +1 tap, target creature -2/2 till end of turn. Red +1 tap, 3 damage target creature, target player Planeswalker. Green tap, green 1 and tap, plus target creature +4/+4 till end of turn. White and 1 tap, you gain 5 life, and it costs 6. I hope you saw what I did there, because draw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6. Again, you have to play all 5 colors to play it. There are cards that do similar effects that are better, but if you're playing 5 colors and you want a second card that does something of this sort of nature, I think it was Staff of Domination is the first one I can think of. Domination. Wow. Domination. I think that's the right one. Yeah, Staff of Domination is the one I was thinking of. And again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 doesn't have a 6 to it. But the 1 is untap this artifact, and so you can always just go infinite with this as long as you've got infinite mana. But yeah, this taps or untaps creatures, draws cards, and gains life. This can actually kill or pump creatures, or kill planeswalkers, but it doesn't have a built-in way to untap. But if you're not looking to go infinite, and you want a second card that does the vaguely same sort of ideas, Staff of Domination, Obelisk of Alara is fine. Kaleidostone, 2 to cast, comes in, play, draw a card, 5 tap, sack it, add Woodburg. Realistically, this is a mana ability because when it resolves, it generates mana. It's an activated ability that generates mana. If you have a way to increase stuff, the mana production of stuff you're playing, like stuff you're activating, this might do more. The worst this is 2 mana, comes in and play, draws a card, which is usually worth about 2 mana. There are decks based on a concept called eggs, which Shadow Blood Egg, which get its name from a cycle of artifacts from, I want to say, Onslaught, which are all named something rather egg. Shadow Blood Egg. 1 to cast, 2 tap and sack it, add 1 mana of each of 2 allied colors, draw a card. If you can reduce any of either of those costs by 1, either one, you can actually go, with enough eggs and whatever, you can go infinite. If you are looking at Commander and you are building around the premise of eggs, which is based around, generating mana, playing stuff, drawing cards, cracking them for mana, etc., etc. Basically churning through your deck that way until you hit your win conditions. You probably are going to want that. Mana Silex, honestly, Mana Silex was been kicked to the curb a long time ago. And there's so many cards where it's like, 1 to cast, or maybe 2 to cast. 1 tap, add 1 mana of any color, but then something else added onto it. Honestly, don't play that anymore. Realistically, I could see a sensible home for these first 3. Silex, forget it. Bonesaw, why are you playing Bonesaw? You're playing Bonesaw because it costs 0 to cast. You don't care about what it does. It's an artifact that costs 0 to cast. You're playing some kind of Cheerios deck that's trying to get a bunch of 0 mana artifacts in play. Possibly. Maybe Cheerios is wrong here. But play a bunch of 0 mana artifacts. Play a card like Paradoxical Outcome. Return them all back to your hand. Draw that many cards. Cast them all again. Play something else that lets you bounce them all back. Replay them. Get a giant storm count. Mill somebody out. Burn them out with Grape Shot, etc., etc., etc. Armillary Sphere used to be actually really good back in the day for getting lands. 2 to cast, 2 tap and sack. Search for 2 basics. Reveal, put in your hand and shuffle. Actually really efficient considering it's an artifact. Especially that for 1 to cast, 2 tap and sack, you get 1 land. Although that's Expedition Map fetches any land. But Armillary Sphere, not actually bad, but you have to run enough colors. You have to run enough basics to actually make it worthwhile. Font of Mythos, as far as I know, the only double strength Howling Mine in the game. I'm not aware of another double strength Howling Mine, or at least one that affects everybody. And there are times when you want that specifically over Howling Mine. My mono white deck with all the combos I can think of jammed into the same deck specifically wants cards. Let's see if I can find it here. There it is. Steal from draw. Alms Collector. If an opponent would draw 2 or more cards, instead you and that player each draw a card. So with a Font of Mythos out, your opponent is trying to draw 2 cards on the same instruction. Alms Collector turns around and says, no, you get one, I get one. But it doesn't affect your own draws, it affects everyone else's. So I draw 2 cards on my turn, and then 3, 4, 5. You each draw 1 card. I'm drawing 5. You're getting 3 combined. I'm plus 2 cards. Otherworld Atlas is doing the same sort of thing in that context. Secret Rendezvous also trying to get additional cards. Smothering Tithe. We all know about Smothering Tithe. We all love it. We all hate it. Whatever. People drawing extra cards is giving me treasure tokens. And then Temple is under attack. Again, you and targeted opponent each draw 2 cards. Yeah, I have that in there specifically for that reason. And then last, lands. I don't remember what there is for lands. Oh, okay. This is quick and easy. Unstable Frontier. You are looking to do mana fixing, and you are not playing, you're not playing green and you're not playing blue, because those are really the only 2 types. Target land, tap for colors. Target land becomes basic land type of your choice till end of turn. I have this specifically in my mono blue ramp deck for one very specific reason. I believe that I want to try when I'm hitting a Wrath effect and I'm playing a color scheme that has a hell of a time trying to do Wraths properly to begin with. I should be able to make things fair. Like all creatures and all players are taking this damage. So it's like a really bad Storm's Wrath, but that also happens to blow up lands in the process. I have no problem doing this. But you have to have a good reason to put it in your deck. And there are times, as I've shown in some of these other cards going through the set, that you actually want to change one of your lands into a different land type. For example, because of domain, you might want to do that. Rupture Spire. I like to refer to lands like these as lands with a mana cost. They don't. Lands don't have mana costs. But enters tapped and taps for a mana of any color. When it enters, sack unless you pay 1. You are paying a cost for this land to stick around. So therefore, my brain, again, not technically accurate, but essentially it's a land with a mana cost. We very recently hit a couple of cards. Date greater than 2023. Colon. Not reprint. We very recently hit a couple of cards that actually are like Rupture Spire, but better. This doesn't say you have to pay mana. It's tap an untapped artifact or land you control. A, it can be a land like Maze of Ith that doesn't tap for mana. B, it can be an artifact that uh, doesn't matter if it's tapped or not, like whatchamacallit, Font of Mythos. And 2, we got Command Bridge out of Edge of Eternities, which, same idea, but it's tap and untap permanent you control. Cool, I'm going to tap my Planeswalker, I'm going to tap my enchantment, etc., etc. These are the best lands with a mana cost that exist, but they're both really new. They both came out. Public Thoroughfare is Karloff Manor and Command Bridge and Edge of Eternities. Other than that, if you haven't got access to those cards yet, Rupture Spire and its variants, yeah, they're perfectly fine for, in my opinion, if you need like access to like 3 or more colors, especially if you're building on a budget of some sort. Yeah, it's actually really good. Ancient Ziggurat, you play this in a creature heavy deck. You play this in a creature heavy deck that's, I would say, 3 or more colors. 2 colors, why bother? 5 colors really wants this. Again, as long as it's creature heavy. A good example of a deck like that might be my 5 color Essica got out of the 3 deck, which I call 3 tickets to the zoo, please. And if we go to details, there's 55 creatures in this deck, which means over half the deck itself is creatures. There's 38 lands. There's 7 cards that are not lands and not creatures. That's the sort of thing that I would be looking for in a deck that's got Ancient Ziggurat. Something that's really heavy on creatures, go from there. Reliquary Tower, we all know it, we all love it. It's been printed enough times, and it's still worth a few bucks. What's the most recent printing going for? Yeah, they're all over $2 a pop. Yeah, no maximum hand size, taps for colorless. If you draw a lot of cards and don't have a if you draw a lot of cards but cards hitting your graveyard is not necessarily a bad thing, then don't play this. If you draw a lot of cards but having to get rid of cards is actually a problem, and not just because you have trouble deciding, but you need to be able to help. Cards that like cards in their graveyard, for example, Reanimator decks, shouldn't play a card like Reliquary Tower. A control deck is more likely to actually want it. Exotic Orchard, honestly, if you are... That's my alarm. If you are playing 3 or more colors, this is a real easy add to your list. You can pick them up for probably under 50 cents, depending on where you go. It's at worst $1 rare. If you're playing 3+ colors, this should be in your mana base, because the chance of it not adding a color that you need is really low. Alright, that is it. And oh my god, I made it in good time. So next week will be Alara Reborn, and just... And Alara Reborn, oh my god, that was... Well, that's a reprint of Terminate. Time Civ? Oh yeah, Time Civ might actually make it. That's going to be interesting. Maelstrom Pulse? Maybe Lord of Extinction. Ooh. We'll talk. Oh yeah, Wall of Denial. That thing was hilarious. 3 mana for 0/8 with flying and shroud. Sure, it's a wall, so defender. But yeah, forget about it. You're not getting past this. Not very easily in 1,000 years. Anyway, we'll see you guys next week. Hopefully normal on Tuesday. Alright. Good night, everybody. Adios. Pasta la pizza and all that jazz. Bye-bye.